All right, there we are. Good morning, everyone, and I'm happy whatever today is. I hope you're having a good day so far. I accidentally fell asleep, and here we are. Let's have a look and make sure everything is up to scratch. There we go. That looks fine. So I think we're gonna make a change because this is not going well. It's going well, but it's not what I meant to do. What am I talking about? I'm talking about our sub goal up here, right? I don't like that it's for new subs only. So I wonder if we can change that to just count whatever. Okay, let's see. What happens if we do... Can we make a new one? Okay, let's have a look at these things. Twitch, whoops. Twitch, sub goal, sub count options. Right, let's have a look at that. Okay, let's see. Hello, Doddy. How are you doing? Really? It doesn't say? It doesn't list the types? Can we make a new one? Okay, let's go to manage goals. Okay, we can only have one. Huh. Are we not that far off that? But okay, let's not worry about that. I need to know what types there are. Streamlabs. Okay, maybe in here. No. This is a bit annoying. I don't want to mess with it. Well, we already know what it is, right? We know that it's 136 of 250. So if we change that to points, 136 of 250. So if we change this into actually being points, that should be okay. So we look at 114 remaining, right? So if we make the goal 114 points, I think. I don't know what that means. I think we can do that. All right, hang on. All right, we end it and we set up a new one. So we can choose total subs or total sub points. Then we can do total sub points. That should reduce the issue. All right. Ugh. Count only brand. Yeah, I want to make it. I want to make it more aligned with. I want to make it so that people who resubscribe counts as well. I I don't know. I thought new subs. So the options are new sub points, new subs, total subs, and total sub points. Right? We can do total sub points then. I'm alright then. So if we do a total sub points, then we need to take our current amount and add 114 to that. All right. Okay. Then that should be okay. The number just feels a bit too large and scary. All right. Yeah, I wanna edit this thing. Hang on, I'm still messing about with this. So 512 is a delightful number, obviously. We do total points. Can we do that? Really? Then it breaks. Of course, Monokuma. This is all right. Let me explain this. Just give me a second to get this set up first. Just hang on to your sockets. Okay, there we go. So we took all the total points. We currently had 136 of 250 subs, but this was only counting new subs. So now we're taking a total amount of sub points. So instead of having to get 114 new subs, we have to get 114 points. So that means that anyone that resubscribes will... Thank you so much. Thank you. I lost track of the points now. Thank you so much, Boris. So this should only count. This should count now, right? So that went up, didn't it? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dottie. This feels scary. Thank you so much. This feels scary because the number is so large now, even though it's the same remaining number. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. So what happened is I was supposed to start streaming a little bit earlier, but I just passed out. I just fell asleep in the sofa. I'm so tired, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, that's on Twitch. I don't know what to do about that. I can't really do much about that. That's like Twitch. I guess I could change the alerts, right? Oh my god. Yeah, like my stream manager is completely chaotic. There's just stuff everywhere. I have to reload the page. This is so broken. Guys, thank you so much for the subs and the hype train. Thank you so much. Thank you, Temporis. Thank you, Doddy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's really, really nice of you guys. Thank you. I was walking my kid to school today, and she asked if she could come onto the stream and announce what thing she's picking. And I said, we'll wait with that until like a day or two before the end, right? Let me go through chat a little bit. Hello, Molprog. Hello, Marvin. Hello, Enrico. Hello, Doddy. Hello, Temporis. Hello, Emil. Hello, Monokuma. There we go. All right. I managed to say hi to everyone. I hope you guys are having a good day so far. Hello, Lidwas. How are you doing? So yeah, okay, we can probably fix that. Sorry, this is a bit meta. Where's my alert management? There it is. So if we take some of these alerts and we make them into like a 5 and a 10, and that should be enough, right? Changing the alerts will remove this variation from the grouping. Oh yeah, that's fine. Save settings. Right, there we go. So now we have a few different... Yes, Twitch, please let me do my thing. Come on, man. Oh yeah, okay. Now it says something else. Whoops. Right, now I accidentally posted a URL into the alert. Yes, I want to save that. All right. Okay, let's go and fix that. And then that. There we go. Okay, bear with me while I fix this. Yes, I understand that. Please let me just do that. All right, okay, that's one. We just take two. So now this won't be unique, okay? Which is, it sucks, all right? I understand that. I should make them unique again, but I'm getting nothing done today, so I'm trying to have a productive day. All right, hopefully there's no typos in here now either, but I think that's just how it's gonna be. All right, okay. So we have a few different ones. Now it should be less dumb. I mean, I don't know if that's possible, but we'll see. All right, again, thank you so much for the hype train. We are, see, I want to show remaining numbers, right? This is so annoying. Can we not do that? No. No, I can't. All right, sorry. It doesn't work. All right. Whew. Yeah. So this has been. Thank you guys for the hype train. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I am just a little bit out of it today, but I said. Hello, Charlie. My kid wants to jump on the stream closer to the date and announce what she's picking. So we'll see if that happens. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I got the impression I know what she's gonna pick, and it's not gonna be a good look for me either way. So yeah, we're not doing that. Okay, so we have a game doll to play quickly, so let's do that. Oh, I think this is the game that I almost bought. It's either the game where it's like an eldritch horror game, right? It's the Cthulhu one, right? The city under the sea or whatever. Is it this one? No. Okay. Then maybe the one where you're supposed to have a boat and it's got like all this no, Sunken City, maybe. No? Little Kitty Big City? The Forgotten City? No. Yeah, no, this is definitely not what I thought it was. I thought it was one of those eldritch horror games, but I am clearly mistaken. We all know it's gonna be fabulous. Again, thank you so much for the 51s yesterday, Charlie. That was immense. Right? That was intense. Do you have some anonymous mailbox where we can send posters, albums, and little porn related merchandise for your daughter? I do not. If I dox myself to you guys one day, then maybe I'll set up a PO box. But by the way, do you like Gothic? There's a little indie game from German studio Drova, which is a 2D pixel art RPG. Really? No, I have no idea. I have no idea. I thought this is clearly not that, but it feels like one of those games. Let's move this one aside. Oh man, I don't know what this is. I thought I knew what this was, but it is not. I thought it was like a something to do with the city, but it's not, right? Velocity. What kind of city is Velocity? Terminal. Did you guys ever play Terminal Velocity? It was really good back in the day. Maybe not so good these days. I don't know what River City Girls is. I do feel mildly intrigued by Little Kitty Big City, though. I feel like maybe that's something we should play on stream. This is Grand Theft Auto Vice City. It is not. What a surprise. Some kind of pirate asshole. I don't know this game. Alone in the Dark 2. Wow, my goodness. Okay, we're in the horror genre at least. Damn, I thought I recognized this, but damn. That was a game. Little Kitty Big City is fun and chill. Alright, okay. I was memeing, but now we need to find gameplay of Little Kitty Big City. Alright, let's watch the trailer, because why wouldn't we? Nintendo Switch as well. Urgently. If it's that urgent, should you be playing with your tail then? Oh man, I got hours of Alley Cat. I don't think this is my kind of game. It's charming, but it actually looks quite boring to me. This reminds me of a game version of like the 90s multimedia experiences, right? Where there was like all these things you could interact with, but they had no purpose. That's what this reminds me of. Micro Machines was so good, Enrico. It looks like a nice game, but it also looks like one of those multimedia experiences from the 90s that I would certainly not want to invest time or money into. It probably is a chill game, Regenki. I'm sure. And if you're into those kind of games, then I'm sure it's good. To me, it just doesn't seem like I'll sit there going like, now what? And I like sort of open world games where I have a story that I can just blatantly ignore. But saying this out loud, I think I need a story that I can ignore. But I also like to have some kind of progression thing going on and not this like vague thing. Nah, I don't know. Maybe it's really fun, right? Mega CD games. I never had a Mega CD, so. Alley Cat and what was the one? There was another one where you kind of just threw pints at people. Hello, Chibisav. How are you doing? Okay, so we should be. I can't math. No, that's okay. I am a simpleton. Okay, so there was an article that someone recommended to me this morning. And it said you should write articles like this, he said. And I thought, what is this article, right? So we're gonna have a look. Okay, so this to me instantly feels like I don't think that I could make this much content around the when you should use string and when you should use stir. I would sum this up as in, do you need to own it? Do you need to mutate it safely? All right, then it's a string. Otherwise, a stir, right? That's what I would have said, right? Okay, but let's have a look. Rust has two main string types, string and string slice. Sometimes people argue that these two types make Rust code difficult to write. Note that they say main string types, not two string types. So you can put your coffee mug down and just take a deep breath. People argue that these two types make Rust code difficult to write. No, I think the only people who argue that is people who are not used to Rust yet. There's no, it's like me saying, pointers make C difficult to write. Yeah, if you don't know C, it's difficult to write. So I wouldn't listen to anyone who argues that Rust is difficult to write because of these two types. I would just think, okay, spend more time with Rust and you'll be fine, right? You have to think about which one you should be using in a given situation. Realistically, you can say always pick this thing. If you want a guideline, always pick this thing if you can. If you find that you need to mutate it or own it for whatever reasons, then pick that thing, right? My experience of writing Rust is that I don't really think about this very much, right? And this poses about some rules of thumb that you can use to be like me, right? Level 1, don't think. Okay, interesting take. So they're going to break it down into different levels, right? Need a follow-up once they discover box there. No, that's the thing. I think that this is Steve Klamnick's bro. He streamed on Twitch maybe twice and then it disappeared. I wonder when it went, right? But two main. I think maybe he should even like make this bold, right? What would be your rule of thumbs? Because now I get to see on the other side of this conversation, Charlie. What would be your rule of thumbs for when you should use one of these? All right. Technically, if we're arguing that, then a string slice is just a slice of bytes that guarantees you to have 8. So anyway, level 1, don't think about it at all. The very first thing you can do is follow the simple rule. Always use string, never use stir. That looks like this, all right? So because they're sticking this thing on a struct, it makes it a little bit easier, right? If you're gonna put things on types like structs and enums and what have you, if you're gonna use a string slice, you have to annotate a lifetime, and lifetime annotations is one of those things that people are a little bit reluctant to do in the beginning of the Rust journey, right? And I get that, right? So here we go. We're going to move this thing. We're going to do some work on it. And then we're going to return the string and all this while, right? This style means you may need to add to string or clone for things to work sometimes. That's okay. Don't compile it, you know, when you need to. All right. prefer stir for function parameters. Okay, so that's a little bit more granular than what I said, right? Oh, goodbye, boys. Oh, hell's bells. All right, then. Pretty much the same. If you need to own it, if not, do you need to mutate it? Yes. If any of these questions, use string view otherwise. Okay, so we can kind of ditch the car star then, right? A rule that's a little better is this one. Always use string instruct for functions use stir for parameters and string types for return values, right? Yeah. This is what the compiler error for level 1 suggests we do instead of clone. The resulting code looks like this. All right. We're now doing much less copying. We do need to add an ampersand onto string values that we wish to pass into first word, but that's not too bad. The compiler will help us when we forget. All right. So this one I feel is a little bit tricky. Are we talking about level 2, but also string coercion, right? Following this rule will get you through 95% of situations successfully. Yes, that number was found via the scientific process of, I made it up, but it feels correct after writing Rust for at least 12 years. For 4% of the last 5, we can go to level 3, return stir sometimes. Here's a slightly more advanced rule for certain circumstances. Always use string instructs, and for functions, use stir for parameters. If the return type of a function is derived from an argument and isn't mutated by the body, return stir. If you run into any problem, you return string instead, right? So it's like use string as an escape hatch, right? Hello, Kenny. All right, so again, owned. All right, input string, output string. This lets us remove a copy we no longer have. This lets us remove a copy. Technically, it should be this lets us remove a clone, but okay. Let's not be that nitpicky, shall we? We no longer have a toString in the body of first word. Sometimes we can't do that, though, because we're going to uppercase the first word. All right. Let's get some more tea in our system, shall we? Woo. All right, we're not going to read this code. How do you know this is the case? Well, it's specific to uppercase order has to return some strings. That's a great hint. If we return a stir, we get an error. All right, when to use stir in a struct. All right, and that was it. Okay, storing references in structs is useful for sure, and it's good that Rust supports it, but you're only going to need it in fairly specific scenarios. So I would say when you store references in structs is when you've already you already know, right? So I was talking to a friend yesterday. We were looking at some of his Rust code, and he was doing some parsing, and I said, okay, so I'm seeing you using a string here. Can we follow this code all the way back to its origin? And we kind of walked up the call stack until we get to the function that calls the parse function. And what it does, it reads the input from a file. It parses the thing, and then it takes the thing that it parses and puts it into a collection that lives outside of where we create the string. So we can't use references there, right? So it didn't make sense to say to my friend, okay, change this to a string size. I'm sorry. In that case, you have to own it, right? So I wouldn't say it's fairly specific scenarios, but maybe I'm just a little bit trigger happy when it comes to lifetimes, right? If you feel like you're worrying about string versus stir, you're not in the position to be worrying about the complexity of story. This is well put. I think this is very well put. If you're not in the position to be worrying about the complexity, right? You're not in the position, right? If you're uncertain about these two, then you probably shouldn't be littering your structs with lifetimes, right? So if you change ownership or you need to mutate it, then you need to use a string, right? What is this like C#+, these either, right? And in fact, some people believe in this rule so strongly that they're working on a language where storing reference instruct is impossible, and it's a language I've found very interesting lately. Have we looked at Hilo? Did Hilo used to be called? Did this used to be one of the V languages? They go a bit further than that. Even in Hilo, you think of everything as being values rather than having reference at all. They think that you can write meaningful programs with this model, but this isn't opposed by Hilo. I'll write one of those eventually. My point is just that you can really truly get away with not storing strings in structs for a lot of useful Rust programs. So it's not really worth spending mental energy on until you determine that you must do so. That is the case when you profile your program and determine that copying strings to and from your struct is not big enough. So I wonder if he's been out of the Rust world so long that he keeps referring to it as copying instead of cloning when it comes to Rust. Oh, I see. Garbage collector solves the involved complexities. Yeah, but you're not depending on a garbage collector here. We don't have a GC. So and I don't think it's bragging, right? Unless you invented garbage collection, right? Looks like C++ damage. Yeah, but Steve Klabnik has been involved in Rust community for a very long time, right? This is the drama. Is the drama? Where does the drama come from? I haven't seen no drama. They think you can write meaningful programs. Right. That is the case when you profile your program and determine the copying strings to and from your struct is a big enough issue to bother with lifetimes, right? So that's a very good point, right? So in most cases, right, if we're talking about allocations, right? So they like if you can avoid a general guideline. I don't like to say rules, okay? Because rules are nerdy and stupid, and not nerdy and good like the stuff we do. Rules are stupid in a lot of cases, especially when it comes to programming language, right? The drama is that this leaves holes in the stack from the heap. A garbage collector fills the hole. So I don't know where you're going with that, DC, right? Like. No one is talking about garbage collection. We're talking about Rust. There's no garbage collector involved in this, and there's no garbage collector in C++ either, right? So, and there certainly isn't any drama, right? Anyway, so it's not really worth spending mental energy on it, and I think this is good, right? If you don't have a lot of allocations, then don't worry about allocations, right? Have I thought about using an ML language? Yeah, I looked at a little bit, compiler TV. So for me to change language, I need to have a reason to do so, right? So it has to solve a problem for me that I am not comfortable solving with my current fancy, which has been for the last n number of years Rust, right? So if there's a language out there that solves a problem that Rust can't solve, and it doesn't come at there's no trade-offs. I mean, there's always going to be trade-offs, but the trade-offs aren't like immense. Then I'll be interested. But the general idea is this, though, right? Sorry, the general thought is this: no functional programming language is going to outperform Rust. Okay, in sort of a general set of use cases, because if you have a pure language, then you have there's a lot of optimizations around it. But if you have a pure language, then you know that you can't have mutations. Mutation leads to optimizations in a lot of cases, right? So this is all very hand wavy and general, right? But it's generalizing, right? So yeah. Have you thought of using so thoughts on Oxter? Really, there's not really a lot of thoughts to have on anything, on any kind of smart pointer wrapping a string slice, right? It's useful when you need it. Don't use an Oxter if you're not doing any multi-threaded programming, because there is no reason to, right? It's not quite the same, because that would be a very naive kind of garbage collector, though. But yeah, the sentiment is the same. You're absolutely right, Chibiso, right? I think it's not... so I looked at Rock, for instance, and Rock seemed interesting because it's backed by LLVM, right? It's an LLVM output. But even Rock has its own... When we looked at it back when which was probably last year or whatever. I remember looking at it, and there was some of the things that I saw that made me think that this is not going to perform the optimizations that I'm interested in, maybe. So perhaps not, right? But I was keeping an eye on Rock, and Rock was the language that I thought, wow, this might be the language to try after Rust, but it wasn't, right? Mostly all present functional languages are not pure. That's not how computers work. No, I mean, like you're gonna have situations where you can't have a pure programming language, right? Or for the language to stay pure. But I'm gonna assume that those, like file.io maybe or whatever, right? And those are gonna be under layers of abstraction. So as far as the programmer is concerned, I'm guessing they will appear as pure, maybe. Thoughts on Bend? I haven't used Bend. There hasn't been a reason for me to use Bend. I don't think this post is targeting C++ developer. I think this post is for anyone who is new to Rust. Honestly, I don't understand what the reasoning behind this post is, right? This person has been involved in the Rust community longer than I have used Rust. I don't know why they're writing this post now. Him and Carol Nichols wrote the Rust book together, and I don't know why they're writing this now. Like, what? I'm curious. What's the motivation for writing this thing 12 years afterwards? Right? I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to shoe on Hilo in there. But was Hilo one of the V languages? I have a long time ago, but it wasn't ready then, and I don't know if there's a reason for me to swap. I'm not a Git power user. Hello, Noctu. How you doing? No, I don't think it's a clickbait title. I think it's just odd that someone that experienced who worked on the Rust book has already written about strings and string slices in the Rust book. Why they would make a post about that? Is there a way to have key press toggle on off to have inline hints in Neovim? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. To have inline hints in Neovim. Oh, you mean like you want to hold down a key and that shows the inlay hint, and when you release the key, it hides them? Is that what you mean? And it's just weird. Why wouldn't you just like refer to the book, which has been, written, vetted, updated? I'm just curious. There's nothing else. I'm not challenging the validity of the post. It's just that reads like a post that someone who's new to Rust would write, and I know this person isn't. Right? But I mean, at the same time, if someone has an interesting topic or something about Rust that is very beginner friendly, I'm not against exploring that. So I don't know, right? Yeah. So okay, that was that post. So I've looked at that post now. What else do we got going on? I am in. I'm still not like quite awake though, right? So yeah. So one of the reasons I am late today, obviously, I fell asleep. But other than that, I was working on video script. So I'm working on the video about the visitor pattern, and I think it's very convenient because of how you can send visitors into things like tree structures and stuff. If you need to iterate over the values in a tree using a loop, you're gonna end up having to have a stack, right? So you create a tree, you're gonna put the root node on the stack, or a reference to the root node on the stack. Then you're gonna loop through the stack. You're gonna pop from the stack. You're gonna do your modification. Then you're gonna add all the children of that node onto the stack, and then you sort of just keep doing that, right? So that's sort of how you can do this without the visitor pattern, but it's a little bit awkward, right? It's a little bit awkward doing it that way. So of course, I thought maybe the visitor pattern. I think I kind of have part of the video. I just don't know how to make it interesting. Is my current predicament, right? Because the video, someone talking over cold is about as interesting as watching. All right, don't be rude and don't be boring. So I'm just gonna end the sentence there. What application am I building? Right now, nothing, VJ. But I'm just talking nonsense right now, right? Hello, Pepper. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How was the stream? What you been up to? So I think it's worth covering design patterns in Rust. And as much as people like to dislike design patterns, I think the dislike around design patterns, and I have my own gripes with them, but the dislike generally comes from overuse and incorrect use, and this is absurd when people are discovering design patterns, right? But design pattern also shows you different ways of achieving the same goal, and this can be very interesting, right? I think we don't agree what's the sign to the idea that C was meant to be no bounce checking, means no memory use. We have memory now, so C is not needed. I think we still need C. For those of you who watched the second part of my stream yesterday, I had another streamer on that I sort of interviewed who has worked in the medical industry and the likes, and C is very prevalent there because of rules and legislations and laws and process, right? So I think C is going to be around for a very long time, right? Didn't we collect a whole bunch of things for you to work on? I don't know if we did mod prog. I don't know what that means. Do you have an example? That was very nice. That's very cool. What makes junior devs make senior devs? Experience. It's as simple as that, right? You stay in a place, you progress, you build up your skill, and you will, well, either you will move on to another company and get a promotion that way, or you get promoted within the company, right? A senior dev is generally just a job title, right? There is no hard line where we can say, you have now been a programmer for n number of years. Next week, you will be upgraded to a senior developer. Even though you are insanely shit at programming, this will happen because of your senior or your age, right? So there is no, really, it's down to job titles and the likes, right? I decided to spruce up my chatbot too for the Twitch hackathon. What's the Twitch hackathon? I'm building an admin front end for it with Anathema. That's very cool, Pepper. How do I do this but in NeoVim? I am not the right person to ask that. I don't like writing Lua. I haven't given Lua much of a chance though. I don't like it because of my own skill issues, no other reason. Upgraded. C was very prevalent for the simple idea that 80s hardware could not support a lot of memory. But there's still a lot of... So if we're talking about your general average consumer computer, Max Rater, maybe, but think about this. The world is populated by lots of low-powered devices with no heap memory, and like there's a lot of hardware out there that has very strict limitations, right? So the world still exists where we don't have a lot of memory in certain areas, right? All good. Welcome back. A few streamers ago, we collected projects like web. Oh yeah. All right, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. What ModProg is talking about is this. Ideas for next stream, right? And we looked at SIMD, which wasn't part of this thing. I added that, right? But I'm not like feeling these two right now. I'm not feeling that. But that is how it works with allowing to drink. Why can't it be the same for being a senior? What makes dumb dev to start dev? I think being a programmer is there are two kinds of people who become programmers, right? There's not really. There's probably several thousands of different kinds of people who becomes programmers, but there are people who become career programmers, and there are people who are very passionate about programming, right? So career programmers, I don't envy these people because they do programming because they think programming pays well, and I think you should do something else because there are other jobs that requires less boring stuff. If you're not into programming, programming must be really boring, like being forced to do a puzzle when you don't want to, right? Like eating when you just ate, right? But if you're passionate about programming, then that's what you're passionate about. That's what you want to do, right? Lua is still far better than Winscrape. I don't think anyone's going to argue against that. I just haven't learned Lua, right? We're doing a Twitch hackathon for streamer tools, so going to submit my chat contraption and hope to win some money. Oh, wow. Is there a thing? I didn't even know about this. I don't know if I want to participate, but, you know. One of the most interesting times was when I worked in medical devices. Yes. So you must have felt some kinship with yesterday's stream, Toddy. Let's pop this open, see what this is. Thanks, but no thanks. Oh man, that is beautiful. Oh my god, okay. Oh, all right. Oops. No, quit. There we go. There we are. Thank you for that. Okay, right. What's that? So let's see what is it. Twitch stream to hackathon. Build application for streamers to collaborate with each other, their community, enhance the stream. When was this announced? November. I can't get anything done by November. It's important. We strongly believe that third-party development is essential for communities on Twitch. The developer community can and continue to build exceptional Twitch interactive experiences and streamer solutions at an unmatched scale. These efforts also provide experience for niche use cases and lead to innovative, meaningful moments. With this hackathon, we're excited to provide a friendly competition in 3 specific categories to enhance the streamer and viewer experience on Twitch. Build or significantly update an application or Twitch extension that uses Twitch authentication for application users, and Twitch API and events. More specifically, there are 3 categories for the hackathon to help guide your innovation: stream to streamer collab, interactive community experience, enhancing stream appearances. Examples of what category we found: research tab, resource tab, demo video, access to your integration, complete submission form. Oof, man, this feels a little bit like I'm thinking like leaking Twitch keys and stuff now. Does passionate dev mean not to have work-life balance, living alone, working 16 hours, no hobby apart from programming? Vijay, I have a child, I have a wife, and I love programming. So you're absolutely right. I have been neglecting my family for the last 10 years, right? They just haven't caught on to me yet. No, having a work-life balance, that's up to you how you manage your time, right? Define passion in your lang. I'm not entirely sure what to say about that. I think about programming all the time. I'm also very passionate about streaming. So I think about programming and I think about streaming most of my waking hours. I think about the problems that I have with my current software, which makes me unhappy, I guess. Maybe I'm not passionate about programming anymore. Maybe I want to do something else. But no, I think about programming. It makes me happy to think about programming. So, I mean, that's kind of what it is, right? French kids programming. You know why we're here? We are here, right? I am here because my dad and my mom, okay, when 2 grown-ups like each other very much, okay, and sometimes 3 grown-ups with consent, no bounce checking is not cool anymore. I don't think anyone ever thought no bounce checking was cool, but people don't want, so this is a bit silly, but people don't want to pay the price for bounce checking in some situations, even though that bounce check can be optimized out sometimes, right? So you can optimize out bounce checking by using asserts and things like that, right? So for instance, if you write an assert at the top of your function where you assert that an index is less than the length of a vector, then that could potentially optimize out any bounce checking, right? Don't take my word for it, though. You have to verify these things yourself, right? I haven't actually tried this and tested it. It's just what I've heard, right? Well, the thing is, I have a dishwasher, right? Well, I mean, I say I have a dishwasher. She's in school right now, but, you know. Oh, shit, I'm supposed to know more about it? That is where I've gone wrong, okay? $50,000 in prizes. Streamer to streamer collaboration, category winner, $8,000 US. Okay, here's my suggestion for this thing, right? We make hardware so we can punch each other in the face over the internet. That way, when someone is cheating in a game on Twitch, everyone can just punch them in the face, right? Interactive community experience is the winner, right? So, all right, so it's $8,000 for all this. Enhancing streamer appearance. So enhancing stream appearance, not enhancing streamer appearance. That would be a very different thing, right? Most user authentication. That's weird. But okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that one. I'm thinking about it. I could pay your dishwasher to punch you. Then then we can do away with all the anti-cheat stuff. Exactly, right? Someone's cheating, they get slapped, right? Did I join the bad time? What? No, winter coding. You did not join at a bad time. I could pay a dishwasher. My dishwasher, it cannot be bribed. Apple IFU. How you doing, Andy? Good morning to you. Moving the programming and game sections to separate sections would be a winner. I'm not sure I understand. I mean, it used to be science and technology, right? And then you'd have like the do you guys remember science and technology? And it was just the ducks in the top, right? The ducks always had the most viewers on Twitch, right? And then I saw some like flat earth propaganda in there not too long ago. But work a bunch and maybe win a salary. Yeah. But I think it could be fun to do, right? Honestly, I mean, I like the idea of the challenge. I almost joined Ludum Dare this year, but I didn't because, you know, I'm a big right? Only if they're cheating, right? But if that happens, winter coding, we lose those like big viewer number. Then software and game devs gonna look a lot less interesting, right? Because it's gonna go from 16,000 people are watching this to 6 people are watching this, right? I think flat Earth hallucination might be a better way to describe it. But there you go, right? There you go. Okay. I don't know. And I don't know what I would do if I had 16,000 viewers. Well, I guess I would ask 15,996 people if they're lost. But jokes aside, I don't know, right? Your auntie never cheats. All right. Okay, we could look at some... Okay, can I ask you guys something, right? Because I'm struggling here, right? So Enrico asked me something earlier on Discord, and I just replied to him, "Faster horses," without actually giving him any context. So let me give you some context, right? I'm trying to figure out how to make a boring video less boring, and Enrico said, "Why don't you ask chat?" And I just said, "Faster horses," right? Because if I ask chat, like, how can we make a boring video more fun? And I believe that a lot of people would refer to existing content creators and their take on things which would maybe lead to inspiring something, but I'm very worried about copying someone's way of doing things, even though it's unintentional, right? So, which is why I'm not specifically looking at what other people are doing. But at this point, I am really curious as to what educational content there is out there this fun. We had this conversation before. This is boring to some of you. You're like, oh, we're doing this again. And I have to stress this enough, right? I'm talking about educational, like, content, how to do something, not here's an educational video about the population decline in Latin America or whatever, right? Like, not this is how a television works, right? No, we're talking about specific programming, right? Animations, yeah, totally. That's a good point. And we have animations in there. They are time consuming to make, but we have some. Seals and bunnies, definitely good. Bring nonsense. I don't know if you mean like bring on the nonsense or if you mean my bunny nonsense when you say bring nonsense. But it is uppercase N, so I'm guessing you mean the bunny. It's already... All right, you guys are talking about Vim. Animation breaks the choreography, yep. How to make what funny? The coding. Right, so like this with the coding. I have a video clip of how we implement a visitor to deploy into a tree. Okay? That's about as fun as it sounds. And I'm trying to figure out how to make this more entertaining and engaging then. And then here is the visitor we have made, and if you now apply this to the tree, you can see that it will visit all the nodes and every value will be updated if you later on print the tree, right? It just feels like talking about the code puts me to sleep. And look at it, I'm like, oh my God, this guy's so boring. Wait, that's me. I thought about that. Maybe. I'm not a good actor, though. But I'm a great actress. Maybe not. Three blue, one brown has that animation engine. I don't know what that animation engine is, but I have the glorious power of DaVinci Resolve. Make it even better. You could compare it to C. I don't think I could write the same program in C though, right? Manim, that sounds misogynistic. Instant console. Oh no, it's written in Python. We can't use that. No, okay. So this is not obviously irrelevant to me. Before I even get anywhere with this, I would have finished any animation using Resolve, right? Cool concept if you're into math and Python. Two things that I'm not. Cool idea, though. Okay, so how do we make interesting educational, how do we make engaging and fun educational material, right? Like, so I said this last time we talked about this, right? You can't really make educational games fun. There's like a handful of them, but non-educational games are always going to be more fun. But there has to be something there, right? There has to be something. Okay, right, let's dive into this thing. What does this mean, Doddy, right? Since I haven't finished the video, I'm interested, right? So I have had the request to make more intermediate level Rust content. Honestly, I don't know what intermediate level Rust is. I don't know how to qualify that, but so I'm just gonna do my thing, right? But I need to find the formula that suits my way of doing things. And here's the kicker. No, that's the old key. Here's the thing. I have an insanely limited amount of time, right? Wake up, breakfast, flex, stream, eat food, collapse and die, and then do it all again the next day. So the amount of time that I get to do the video stuff is kind of before, like after breakfast and before I stream. And depending on what happens that day, so this last few days, I've walked my kid to school, which means I can't start anything until a certain time. It's very like, what is this? Like the poor me stream now? I don't know. Does it have to be fun? Yes, I am not a serious individual. I don't have the energy to curb my nonsense, right? I do this on stream. I'm a lot more unhinged in real life, right? Anyway, yes, the thing is, it has to be fun, Orts, because I feel like fun is the way I would introduce something, right? Either I can't have but a comedy spin to an introduction. So that if you guys, some of you saw my previous video on slabs in Rust, right? Does it work? If I type latest here, does this work? Is this slabs and crowd? Yes. So I made this video, and there's no way I'm gonna be serious, right? I sit here alone, about to talk to myself in front of no one. There's no way I can sit there and be like, yes, we are going to be serious now, right? I can't even say that and be serious. I don't want to be serious because I find that there's so much serious stuff out there already. Yeah, I think I've seen that, and I think that there are educational games in that genre that are more fun, right? How do you spell with a K? If you change that for a K, you'll be all right. Do you drink coffee all day? I haven't had coffee since 2017. An example would be the borrow checker. Most examples are very simple. When it comes to real examples, always feels different and more complicated than simple examples. Do you have an example of this content, Dottie, that I can see? Because that would help me immensely. So do you guys want to take like the NeoVim conversation to Discord instead, right? It's just like I keep reading part of this NeoVim conversation, and I have no idea what I'm reading until I realize it's part of the NeoVim conversation, right? Or not. It's up to you. What do I care? Yeah, could you like give me an example of something like this, right? Does it have to be fun? Yes. It can be well structured, but I'm not a well structured individual, right? Jumps around a bunch in the code, but I think it's easy for people to get lost. Yes, this is specifically why I wrote that scammed. The editor that will write code, and we can go through the code, right? No, don't worry about it, Charlie. Don't worry about it, right? Far be it for me to say, right? Now I just sound like a grumpy old right? Okay, no, it's fine, Charlie. Don't worry about it. For me, animation has to be the most entertaining, which also makes quality video. This is a math video. Okay, let's have a look. You had to pick a math video, right? When I openly confessed to being terrible at math, right? Eight minutes of math. Oh my god, linear interpolation. Why do you hate me? Okay, let's have a look. It's not pretty simple. I'm already lost. How many colors are there? Okay, if I don't get to play with the blocks. Oh my god, I can't count with quarters. What is this, American? All right. All right. Okay. So T is going to be time. It's actually okay. It's not actually that complicated, right? Right. Let's just get to that point, right? So you probably do this over like a time delta or whatever, right? So yeah. All right. It's not that complicated, right? I am very jealous. It's fine. It's fine. You guys can continue the conversation. Simon is great though. One of the best Eli channels. I was gonna say this looks like lines where the line. It does look like lines where the line. There's the line. There you got some funny commentary. You do you. So this is the only way I can be, right? But it's really difficult for me to fit this into what I'm doing, right? Because now I'm commenting on something someone else is doing. When I'm doing it, it doesn't. Maybe that's a thought. Maybe I do the video and then I headbutt the wall, so I lose all memory, and then I do the video on top of that video, right? That could work. No, not a graph. Okay, come on, man. You've lost me now. Actually, I think as far as we probably just need to look at this to understand this, right? So A is going to be the lowest number. B minus A is going to be the distance, and we're going to multiply that with time, right? Graphs are great. Oh. All right, anyway. Just react to it. Exactly that, Oglop. But I'm not as succinct and Claire. Claire? All right, fine. I am not Claire. She does not live here. A is the origin, B is the end, and that's the length, and T is time, right? So you're doing this. You're doing this over. You keep adding the delta time to the keep clapping your hands, okay? All right. So you just keep adding the delta time to the step, right? Fun with flags. Do not tell Bridget. Oh my god, Bridget knows nothing, okay? T is 0 to 1. If T is 0, then you're at the start. If T is 1, then you're at the end. Okay, so T is not... Yes, T could be time. You need to know the total time, right? T is not time. It's more like progress from 0 to 1. Okay, but I would compute the progress over time. Alright? Fine. If T is larger than 1, then you go past the end, right? If it's less than 0, then you're before the start. What are we trying to figure out here? I'm a bit lost. Nothing, Rebel. We're actually talking about videos in general. We're not actually figuring anything out. We're just talking. Now we're talking about linear interpolation. The only math I understand is geometry. It's real, yeah. All other math is lies. There's Rive. I've used it very easy with multi-export to JS and iOS. What is this, Super Dino? What is this? What is Rive, and why are we talking about Rive? Is it like a... Oh, this is some kind of animation thing? Is it an animation thing? Build interactive 2D characters, props, and UI for games. Okay, that is not that. Highly animated menus with dynamic text. This looks like, yes, there's a state machine animation tree, right? That's the worst looking steak I've ever seen. Ah, neck. Ooh. Okay, but this is good, right? This is fine. This is fine. This video is also great. This isn't math really, but game dev programming. Okay, I forgive you, Winter Coding, for not giving me more math content to look at. I optimized my game engine. Is this the churn? No. Versidium. Okay. This is why my setup drives me crazy. I can hear that this person is talking into a space with a lot of hard surfaces, and I hear this in my own video. The sound has that profile. Yeah, but this doesn't say how you do any of this stuff. This is just showing like this is what I'm doing, right? This is how you build a voxel engine, right? Dive into shader programming is perfect fun and interactive to learn math. I disagree. It is a necessity in my world, right? You need to program your fragment and your vertex shader to sample colors from textures. If you do anything else, you are clearly a lunatic. Now I'm interested in this. Thanks for showing us what we can't learn. I have never seen togglebit do shaders. Is he up for the challenge? Not even a little bit. Like I mentioned this the other day as well. Right? My shader coding game is terrible. Okay, so I'm guessing this is about subdividing, or not subdividing. That would be the opposite of this. Is the opposite of subdividing, right? I haven't seen Tantan in ages. Has anyone seen Tantan in ages? I don't know if he's on Twitch anymore. This is a while ago, right? Yeah, I don't know if he's on Twitch anymore. We're just looking at, or I am looking for some kind of inspiration for how to make my boring video not boring. I mean, this is great because you're showing code along with a graphic. But I don't know what graphic I can show about visitors. Actually, maybe that's doable, but that's just not fun, though, right? There's very little humor in that, and I'm not saying that it has to have humor. I'm saying it's difficult for me to think of things outside of that space, right? To me, it has to be entertaining. Otherwise, it's difficult for me to do it, right? And in the same, it's just in my nature, right? But this is a good split, though. So we could actually do that. Okay, interesting. So you're gonna group them by texture and then collapse these into two triangles, right? There is no humor in OpenGL. Oh, I did. That was a long time ago, Maxerator. I did this. Oh, was it like almost a year and a half, maybe 2 years since we did OpenGL with Rust on stream? If you could do videos over some of the big problems you have had with Anathema, the problems you encounter, and how you got through. It kind of is what I'm doing with this visitor pattern. So it's taking a component out of how to solve problems with trees, right? So it's all very tree centric, given that that's what I've been working with a lot. I forgot how bloody hot that is. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. All right. Okay, I thought he was gonna make one big or two triangles out of this whole thing. That's pretty good. Yeah, I mean it's awesome for a lot of things. It's really simple. writing a visitor is just insanely simple. You just need something that can pass it on, right? So you have a visitor and you have a tree, and the tree can just apply a visitor. So you apply to a node and then apply to all its children, and you're done, right? It's really simple in that sense, right? So this is like admirable. This is watching someone else solve a problem, and like they have their solution to it. So this is good if you're looking to learn how to optimize a voxel engine or whatever, right? And this is good if you're like really into this space. It's a nicely done video, and it's really nice for people who just want to consume this kind of content but not get involved in it. But I'm over here somewhere, right, where I'm not, my graphics journey hasn't reached this point yet. I'm just admiring the video for its like well put together video. But you're right, it's not particularly humorous, but this person has a very different personality than I do, right? But I do like this part, right? That we can show our graphics. So we could arguably show the code and the tree as we execute the code. Maybe I need better code animation then. I don't know. All right, I jumped a little bit too far. Now I'm thinking about lerp, right? And then we can think about LARPing. I'll be a wizard. If you're looking for inspiration from other videos, watch some videos from Typecraft. That's what I don't want. I don't want to mimic someone else's stuff, not on purpose at least. No one here cares about voxels. Teach us how to do OpenGL in Rust. It was so long ago, Max Eraser. I can, like, if you're interested in that, then I would say pick GL33 from crates. So GL33 and Bytemark, unless this is already in here. It is not, but it has some chlorine in it. So GL33 and Bytemark. Whoops. And these two crates. And then you go from here to learnopengl.com. And then you just follow this thing. And you will write your GL code almost like you would. Like you can follow this thing and you would almost write it like your C code, right? And that is because OpenGL is this massive, everything is global state kind of thing. So there's not really a lot you can do. People tried to make safe OpenGL bindings for us, but they all gave up. Do you guys remember You Suck at Photoshop? Do you guys remember that channel? Back in the day, I learned Photoshop quite well from a series of well-made videos where you were given a finalized product, a movie poster, and then was shown all the way how to make it so you could follow alongside. This is what I think is good with video learning, right? When it comes to learning from a video, when you have the when you can see what to expect from the outcome, right? And this is not as easy. So cooking, graphics, music, these things are really good to learn from videos, I think, because you sort of, there's a video showing you and leading up to expectations. Sure, you can have pictures in the book, but that doesn't quite amount to the same thing, right? Like there's a lot that's gonna happen to draw something on screen, and maybe you can even see the render passes. That wouldn't be transferable to a book, right? Why is followers a banned word? I'll show you why, Oglop. Let me see if I can find this. Apparently I am unable to drive today. 28 times, 32 times, 35 times, right? There's so many of these words that 91 times online casino. Like there's so much bot spam that I just ban the words instead. Why there isn't something similar for Rust? Why isn't there something similar to what in Rust? Wait, so hang on, let me read your message again, right? I mean, in Rust, you're not making something graphical necessarily, right? You're writing code, so it would be. I mean, we could show the outcome of having modified a tree, but it means very little to you until you've done it, right? So I'm not sure how to fit that in. How to make a behavior tree. I mean, you're just gonna find one of those trees that are easily influenced, and then you're just gonna tell it that it's misbehaving. Do you know a single crate in Rust which has also a guide video series how the crate was built, not how the crate was built. Many crates have guides, but not how they're built, but rather how they're used. How they're built is really only relevant to a small portion of the user base, and that's people who are working on it. So you don't... Wow, thank you so much, ICS. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, mate. That's very kind of you. Thank you. I want to make a video series for Anathema, but that project is in such a state that I am livid just thinking about it. Have you guys ever worked on a project and when you think about it, like you get a knot in your stomach, you almost get a headache from just thinking about it, and it just makes you want to scream. And that's where I'm at with Anathema right now, because I have to I have to solve a problem in multiple stages, and I don't know how, and it's not fun streaming content, and so I don't have to do anything. You don't have to wake up in the morning, you don't have to get out of bed, you don't have to shower, you don't have to do anything, okay? So now that I've outlined how ridiculous it is to say that, oh, you don't have to do anything, you do have to do things, okay? If you're somewhat of a functioning individual, you understand that there's a lot of things you have to do in your life, right? I, for one, am not going to throw away 2 years of work and just because I don't have to do it. So with that prefix, right, with the preface there, I need to get through the current block, right? Since I decided to stream every day this month, there is no time over to work on Anathema. I can't work on stream because the work involves me being quiet for long periods of time, and that is bad. That's bad streaming. That's bad streamer interaction, right? If you sit there and you're quiet for half an hour, it's not fun content. Then you might as well not stream. But I've decided I'm going to stream every day for this month. I mean, I set up this sub goal and we got pretty far. I can't just go, no, we're not doing this now, right? That would be a head move to do, right? So now that we established that, right, it's very little time for me to do this thing, right? So I want to finish my video projects. Then maybe I can take a break. So I stream every day, but then I don't have 3 other video projects sitting around waiting for me to finish them. But anyway, right? There are sub points, and they are before we set up the goals. They're showing the total number of sub points, right? It's not, we didn't make the goal bigger, right? But this was a concern. But the goal was, we had 114 subs left to go, but it only counted new subs, which means if any of the current subscribers resubscribed, it wouldn't count towards the goal. And that annoyed me, right? So it was like you were being penalized for having been around for a long time, right? It's not fun because using a programming language does not require bullshit. Well, sometimes you do require bullshit in Rust. There are situations where you have taken an idea very far and you have 2 choices. Put some bullshit in there or walk a lot of the code back. Thank you so much, ICS. Thank you so much. Wait, why didn't that update the count? Was it 404 before? Quit! Why? Why are you so difficult? Yes, but it should count to the sub point. Or would we have lost the sub point? All right, you know what? I don't understand anything about streaming. Let's be very clear on that. I am a freshly baked baby. I don't understand anything of this. I won't do a sub goal again because I don't understand it. I thought it was clear. It was not. You can't see that 404 up here. The mouse cursor is under the goal. I think what people are saying is most Rust videos only address one concept or a day. It does not lead to anything like a project. Okay, interesting. So are you guys in general saying, are you people in general saying then that you want a video series building something over the course of a couple of videos then, right? Yes, in that case, Anathema is horrendously large, and I certainly don't want to start from scratch to make a video series. That would be a series that would last many years, right? Understanding sub goals. No, I think we would make our own counter, and we would just count every single sub, right? I feel like the Twitch sub goal makes no sense. So this means that we could lose points if someone doesn't resubscribe. That makes me even more using this thing. But anyway, all right. Anyway, thank you ICS so much for the sub. I appreciate that though. Sub goal be damned. Thank you so much for the sub. Okay, so is that it? We should make a series building something. What should we build? What are you guys interested in building that we can focus on then, right? To build into a series, right? We don't need that. We don't need that. We totally get lerping now. So T was not time, then fine. All right. Since I refuse to use floating point values, T is either going to be 1 or 0, okay? So my lerp's going to look pretty good. A game. How about Rust? Should we implement Rust in Rust? That would take a very long time. A window manager. Nah, I don't want to put any effort into X11, and I tried Wayland. Yes, was it yesterday or the day before? And it very quickly showed its rough edges, and like, yeah, this isn't gonna work for me as a streamer. So, to a little bit of why, right? I set up OBS. I got it to share my screen. I got the camera working. The camera was operating at 3 frames per second, and the screen sharing worked until I restarted OBS. Then it started sharing all my screens instead of just one, and the picker didn't work, so I was like, bleh, right? I am still next level, yes. Maybe a Kanban app? That would require a lot of graphics programming. I actually did, no spoilers. So yes. No, I don't know, right? I don't know. No, ray traces don't interest me. By the way, if you guys want to see a ray trace in the terminal, go and check out Museum stream. He's doing a TUI in the obviously in the terminal, but he's got a ray tracer in his, right? So pretending Rust is hard. Whether something is hard or not is quite subjective. So I don't think it makes sense to say that a language is hard. I will say that the barrier of entry is harder or higher for Rust than certain other languages, though, right? A drawing board, again, that involves a lot of graphics programming. Like the majority of the code would be setting up some kind of UI library, right? A Lua interpreter, I don't know Lua. A simple to-do program. I think we have enough to-do apps to last us a lifetime, right? But okay. How about a very, very simple game engine? Could we do a game engine with WGPU over the course of like 4 or 5 videos? Like the scaffolding for one. Holy boxes. Thank you so much, ICS. Look at the bunny eat. Yay, a sub. Thank you so much, ICS. Thank you. How about a text game engine? I don't know. 404 was wrong number. Now it's 409. The 409th of numbers. Ahmad. WGPU, so it's web GPU. So WGPU really has nothing to do with the web per se. It's just an abstraction. Well, it contains an abstraction over graphics APIs like Vulkan, Metal, DirectX 12, possibly OpenGL. I don't know, but you don't have to worry about the backend. You just use the abstraction instead, right? Rust game engine easy. Answer after 10 seconds. Imagine if you couldn't see your view account and your bank balance was set. I can't see my view account. I have purposely turned that off because it drove me crazy. Sometimes when I look at my view account and I see something like 20 viewers, it's just I just start immediately thinking about how I'm failing as a streamer, even though everyone has just gone for lunch or whatever. It messes with your head as a streamer. Don't have your view accounts on. Don't ever look at it. This is why I don't do raids these days either, because it shows the view counts. Imagine you couldn't see your view count and your bank balance was set. Oh, it's very much set. Let's say you won the lottery recently for a few million. Okay, that's that kind of set. Okay, I'm on board with this. What would you want to do in your stream? Remember those two conditions. What would you do in your stream? If I had a few $1 million, then I would pay money for someone to destroy the fireplace and expand the wall so I could build the streaming setup I want, and I would put in the T-tracks in the ceiling. Then I would spend a large portion of that money on my viewers, right? I would do what we can to maybe build up something like a business where we can also train junior developers. I will get jobs for most people one way or another. I do want to keep streaming, so we have to make some of the money go to paying someone to run the day-to-day stuff for that company. Drawing a triangle and draw dog in Vulkan took a year of my life. Yeah, it's a lot of front loading. Yeah. I don't need a lot of money I just need enough to live, right? I have no wild dreams of being like financially well off, right? I don't want a fancy car. I don't need an amazing house. I need space, and yeah, camera gear cost, right? But I don't know. I mean, I would up the quality, the production value of the stream, right? I would up the production value of the stream, and I would make sure that a lot of you would get the jobs that you want as well through this. Why would you say that, Maxerator? That's kind of a weird thing to say. Camera gear is really expensive. Camera gear, lights aren't too bad, but audio and video stuff is very expensive, right? Now, luckily, I already had a lot of this stuff from my photography background, but yeah, it really is. It really is a kind of a costly thing to do, right? Yeah, Temporis would definitely get a job. So what I would do is I would make a Rust consultancy where we also have a mentorship program. No, I don't ban people, Maxerator, unless they say something insanely racist, right? I don't think we need to ban people, right? It's just you're okay, man. People are allowed to say whatever they want as long as it's not like insanely racist. DSLR 4K, you drop it, rip. Yeah, well, luckily, insurance can cover some of that, but I certainly didn't pay 4K for my DSLR, but we're not far off. As long as I won't get in trouble with Twitch. Yes, that, right? I mean, but it's like I can't be responsible for what my chatters are saying, right? We have an auto mod, and that's good enough, right? And yeah, you know, we don't have to latch on to it, but you know. So okay, No, I think that's it, right? That's it. We build up a consultancy, we have a mentorship program, and we would make sure that the people we hire, the senior people we hire, are good at mentoring as well. And then we would hire staff to look for client work for us and someone to run the day-to-day business. I can continue to stream, and you guys will have jobs, right? I hate having bought one. I can't use it without stressing. Don't stress about it, right? Because then there's no point in having bought it, right? Um, like money exists to be spent, right? And sometimes that means spending 4K on a DSLR. What DSLR did you buy for 4K, by the way? The most expensive body I have is the 80D, which is about 1K. Although the Sony was close to it, right? Good at mentoring. Okay, maybe I won't get. Well, no, you'll be alright though. You'll be alright, Temporis. I think you do a good job at mentoring. Don't you think so? Don't you think you would do a good job? See, I put up with all kinds of comments, right? I put up with so much nonsense in this stream. Computers are also expensive, way too expensive. Yeah, they're expensive, that's for sure. But the thing is, I have a reasonably new computer, and it's not a bad one. I do need the power for the video editing, but it's probably going to be a long time before I upgrade a computer again, right? That dang lens was the cost of the cam. Wait, I don't understand this too. I just want a patronage, really, so I can build stuff that's cool and be able to survive. See, this is the thing, Temporis. This is what we do, right? We have the senior developers, we have the mentorship program, and then we have things like Freestyle Friday, where we can dig out, we can try different ideas, and then if we find ideas with legs, then we can, through the company, sponsor these ideas, right? So we could do that, right? Don't we all have the vision that we're going to change the world? No, all I'm saying is leave the world a better place than when you entered it, and you're fine in my book, right? I've heard the opposite, so I won't be getting one. Code relay. Yeah, we'll do that again soon. Can I join in? Sure. Coder rap battle. For those of you who don't know, we actually did a code relay last year, was it? Or was it this year? Was it in May this year we did it? I don't remember. It was fun. It was hectic. It was busy. People liked it, and I had to sit through 18 hours of video to make a 6-minute long video clip of the code relay. What is freestyle? As in, like you can pick and choose what you want to work on as long as it's relevant, right? So let's say, for instance, that we create this Rust consultancy now called something, and every Friday people are given time to explore new ideas, right? So maybe someone comes up with an idea, say, okay, why don't we do a voice activated search engine? I'm saying that because that was something I came up with once for a company I worked at many years ago, right? So we do like let's do a voice activated search engine, and then someone else goes, okay, let's do a CRM that completely ignores customers, and someone else says, okay, let's build a game engine. And then we look at these projects, the people that started work, they work on these on Fridays. So we look at the project and we say, okay, this project may have merits, and because of that, we say, okay, let's put some company resources into developing this project. And see where it takes us, right? There might be part of a viable business. It might be a waste of money. But since we've been given a large sum of money through the powers of the lottery, we can afford to waste a little of that, right? I don't know how to use Twitter or find posts chronologically. Check this before making a Rust game engine. I don't know what this has to do with making a game engine. It is Rust. I mean, I hear that rather than building game engines, it's often better to focus on building a game. True, but I don't have a game I want to build, and a game engine is probably so. People say like, oh, there's like Rust. You got a lot of game engines, no games. First of all, that's not true. You can find plenty of Rust games. But more importantly, building a game engine is a way to expose yourself to graphics programming and doing a bunch of things with graphics programming in a very organized fashion, right? Whereas building a game or any application that is graphical has a lot of other stuff involved. It's very chaotic because it's very specific, all right? Let's have a look to see how this is relevant to anything. Actually, this is probably... I have to open it over here. Hang on. Okay, I can't watch it because apparently I'm not sub to Prime, so I can't watch it. This is an example of how northwestern European software development could. I think a lot of companies also have like a monetary focus, but yeah, to really test the game engine, you have to write a game regardless. True, but the point would be to okay. So there's no misunderstanding. The point would be to build a very simple game engine for the sake of making a video series on building a very simple game engine. Nothing else. Right? Hello, Marco. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? How you going? Did you have a good stream? Happy to hear it. What did you guys get up to? Oh my. Okay, we'll fix that. What did you guys work on? You're happy with your NeoVim? Were you configuring NeoVim on stream? How did that go? Okay. Doing A star, and my task is to make it avoid zombies dynamically. For those of you who are interested in game program algorithms, there are quite a lot of them on what is it called? Let's have a look at this thing. Red Blob Games, right? So here you can find so many algorithms related to game dev. It's really, really interesting. Really good stuff. You're working on your pet project, fair enough. Okay, so what should we do then? Should we look at... This could be huge, but you can't because you're a social democratic. I don't know what a social democratic means, but either way, I think like if we're talking about like the most basics of a game engine, let's just say that we add support for audio through a third-party library. We have some kind of render loop that you can build up. So we would start with abstractions over something that can draw graphics, right? So probably WGPU. So we start off with some abstractions over that, and then we would probably just add things like texture renderings. You can create very basic textures and attach them to some kind of rendering context, and that's it. So there's nothing overly complicated about it. Right, so you'd end up with something that is just a basic loop, which draws all the textures that should be drawn, and it does some event handling, and that's it, right? And then again, like event handling, audio playback, and this stuff can be solved with third-party crates, right? Same thing with graphics rendering. So there's not really that much to it, even though obviously there is a lot to it, but this isn't like a really complex. We wouldn't have an animation system. We wouldn't have inverse kinematics or anything like that in this stuff. It's very basic. Nothing fancy. that would be a very simple game engine, right? So all you can do is load sprites and sprite sheets and basically maybe that and some basic collision detection and 2D tile mapping. We do everything in 2D, right? So I didn't say that, but we'd make the whole thing very 2D centric as well. So it's very simple in that sense, right? Now, unfortunately, WGPU has a pretty sturdy compile time, so we wouldn't be able to keep it simple and have like small compile times for that unless we did dynamic loading of it. Now I'm already going too far with this, I guess. But yeah. Okay, well, thank you guys for your ideas and suggestions when it comes to videos. That is a little bit of something to think about. I'm gonna keep thinking about it. I'm just gonna find some time to think about this stuff. All right, I have to find the time to figure this out. But yeah. Have you seen a game loop implemented not as a while loop, but rather as a recursive call? That would be terrible in a language without tail call optimization. 2D centric is self-deprecating, no difference between 2D and 3D. Well, there is. There's a whole dimension, right? There's a whole dimension that you don't really have to worry about. Not to mention that you're only talking about sprites, right? So even though it's 2D, we only care about chords in essence. We don't care about complex shapes or anything like that. So there isn't really a lot to do in terms of shader programming. There is not a lot to do in terms of camera work. And so, no, it's a lot simpler to do 2D instead of 3D, right? What are you doing for leaving? I realize the streaming is a substantial... Oh, what am I doing for a living? Sorry, Alexi. Oh, sorry. It's the only part of it. This is what I do, Alexi. I do this until I can't do this anymore. Mega game about programming. Oh, good grief, no. The farmer was replaced. Is that who's been? Was that what Acton was playing recently? It's like a casual. No, there was someone else was playing that, and I saw a video of it. Maybe, right? There are tons of games that work better as 2D games too. Sure. A typing game, but instead you're just writing Rust async. I don't know if that's a good game, but it would be something, right? Okay, so what should we move on to next, right? So code relay, we're not doing that. We're not gonna start picking at educational material, right? Maybe it's time to start looking at anathema again. I'm having problems with probably using the use statement and how they are implemented with methods. Oh, I'm not entirely sure I follow. Am I financially supported for making open source stuff? Not at all, Alexi. This is literally my only source of income. So I have others, but no one knows about them, right? So I had like a PayPal thing for donation, but I don't announce that anyway. I have a Patreon, but no one knows about that either. So when I said thanks to all my Patreon at the end of that Crabs and Stabs video, that's not fake. There is a Patreon, but I haven't told anyone about it. Like yeah. Long story short, I don't think I have the right output to justify this. Right? I'm okay with having my sub goal because I'm going to suffer immensely if we reach that goal. I'm gonna suffer a humiliation for your amusement if we reach the sub goal, right? So that to me is I'm okay with that. Other than that, I don't have anything now. All right, have a good one, Temporis. Thanks for hanging out. Could you elaborate, Scott, on what you mean? Maybe it's something we can dig into. Otherwise, maybe I'll go the boring route and we'll look at anathema. Does the examples run? After we did that fix. No, it does not. So good, Alexi. Like I would say for anyone who's thinking like I want to become a streamer, I want that to be my career. I think you should have a backup plan. I'm 4 years in. You should have a backup plan, okay? How to properly make a use statement when employing method statements in a program. This does not compute to me, right? So a use statement is a way for you to import modules that you need, if you should never write anything in a web form, Freefall. Write it somewhere else and copy and paste it into the web form. Jeepers. You've been alive long enough to know better, Freefall, okay? So a use statement is a way for you to import a module that you want to use in your program. It has nothing to do with methods in a program, right? I mean, you could write a use statement inside a method, but I'm guessing that's not what you're after, Scott. I'm sorry, I'm struggling. Module. Okay, jeepers. All right, let me reread this thing. How to properly make a use statement when employing module statements in a program. Can we explore this a little bit, right? So let's see if I can shine some light on this thing. You did copy the shader? Well, there you go. There you go. I think there's an offline version of Shader Toy Freefall that you can run. It's a Shader Toy visualizer of Cody, but that's not it then, right? Okay, so let's see. Let's go into here and make a new... Wait, what do we have in here that we could remove? Thing, the SIMD, Nix conf. So I'm gonna leave Nix conf. If Charlie wants to look at something else in the future, we can look at that. So we can leave that one for now. Okay, so how to use when using module statements in a program. Okay, so again, I do need to know more information about what it is that you want to do, Scott. But I could maybe guess. I can guess. So let's make a new split here, and we're gonna write this as my module.rs. Okay. And we're just gonna have a function there. So now I have to declare my mod, right? To be able to use this lol function, okay? And I could import this thing by using create my mod lol. And now I can call lol from here, right? I can also skip this and go straight to my mod lol. Or if you want to be explicit and mention that it's the create, right? Sometimes they could be like we could have a module called rand, and then we're using the rand crate, so we have to make a distinction, right? What about this idea for a game? You're given a set of memory cells. Game always starts at one particular cell. Now you can somehow write a program, but you need to store in those cells, and there are different goals with the program depending on game level. Language cell blocks will be somewhat custom. I like the sound of this, Rebel. So there's like your idea is very vague, but there's something about this that gels with me. So every cell contains a program, and the output of that program has to connect to other cells, right? So I'm just gonna run with this thing that I don't know if I'm on the same track as you or not. But if we draw a cell, if we draw a grid of cells here, oh shit, wrong layer. Let's do this, right? This is I think this could be a really fun idea. Or is this already a thing? I don't like doing things that other people got going already. All right, I think we have enough grids now. There we go. That's enough grids. So if you start here, in this cell, right? We could start in either the top left or bottom left corner or whatever, right? We just start at some location and we have a dedicated input, okay? So this input would be something like the number 2. All right? That's going to be the input. I don't know why I drew it like that, but that's going to be the input. Oh, how annoying this is. Move it then, you freak. Okay. You did not want to play ball. No ball for you. I need to bring the path of the method to the main or bring the use statement to the module. So you need to... Yeah, okay, sorry, yes, to the module. So you need to declare the module somewhere, Scott, right? If we don't have my mod, this program will not work because we have not told Rust about this module. So we need to tell Rust about the module. Once the module exists, then we can use it. We can either import the whole thing directly, or we can write the full path, right? So we can either do this or this, right? If we do this, then we don't need this, right? So is this going to be made using... So right now we're just freestyling some ideas, right? So let's say, so in this cell, you have to write a program, right? And everyone writes HTML. So this is what a program looks like now. So you have to write your program in there, and you can have two different outputs here. And if you, maybe this is a string and this is an integer. So if you choose a string output, then you end up here. If you choose an integer, you end up here. And until you kind of end up in this place, right? So from this point, whatever you write in here, you now have four potential, actually you have three potential outputs, right? You have one input. Let's say that this is your input, and then you have three potential outputs here, right? And so I don't know what the game does, what the limitations are. Maybe we have something like CPU cycles as a limitation. So you have to be able to cover as many cells with programs, or you have to be able to do something, and you're limited by the number of cycles you have. So you have a goal or whatever, right? Execution time. Well, I think cycles would be more interesting. But it's a really difficult one because you can write really efficient stuff and you can write really shitty stuff. And I don't think that it's fair to punish someone too much if they don't know how to write something specific. I don't know, right? The limitation would be the amount of cells you need to perform your program. Okay, so this is not your idea. Okay, your idea is something else. So you are using the cells to build up the program. So does the cells already have code in them, or how does it work, Rebel? But I do think I kind of like this idea that you are filling cells with programs and their outputs on these cells. So we would have something like a cell. And we're going to have a value type. And that would be like a string, an int. That could just be an i64. We can have a bool. And what else can we can have a floating, we can have a float as well, right? Like that. Oh, I see. Okay. No, I think I like my idea more because then I'm not stealing your idea. But if we do this and then we have an output, right? And we have cardinal directions for our output. So our north output is going to have a value. So this has to be options as well, right? Source, right? So we're moving clockwise, doesn't really matter. Output, whoops. All right, so a cell then contains a program, which in our case we're just gonna call this a program, right? And then we can have a new source program here, and the program can have an instruction pointer. It can have some instructions, which would be a vec of instruction. Maybe this isn't. I wonder how much work would it be to actually do this? All right, hang on. Let's do this. Cell game. Okay. So now we need like a bunch of instructions. So each cell would contain its own virtual machine then, right? Either each cell contains its own virtual machine with state, or we have a single virtual machine that will execute the program of each cell. Damn, this feels like a fun concept, right? So how far should we go instructions-wise? Should we like have registers we can load into? I think we need, okay, so now we need to invent a virtual machine in here. If we just borrow the program from the cell, right? Maybe we need mutable access. No, we don't, because we can copy the instruction pointer. So let's do this. Great. Hold it, that went too far. Yeah, no, we definitely have taken this way too far. Hello, Londa. How you doing, buddy? What did I miss? Dottie, some game concept that. So Rebel Decibel suggested something, but I took his idea and then copyright me, right? Now, Rebel Decibel had a suggestion, but I had an interpretation of their idea that I like, so I want to see if this is doable or like what this could look like. So we need to have a VM. Let's see, what do we actually have here? We have a virtual machine, we have a cell, we have instruction, we have a program, and that's it, right? So we can remove my mod from here. We don't need that. Ugh. All right, so we didn't create a program, right? Ah, crud. Oh, we do have a program. Okay, we're good. So we store a program here. What would be the limiting aspects again? We make it have a limited number of cycles. So every time we execute the VM, every time we execute an instruction, we take from a budget. And when the budget reaches 0, you can no longer execute your instructions. And if you haven't reached the goal at that point, then you've lost, right? So it's very basic. All right, I don't want your help. Abort. All right. Okay, so I think we're almost good now. Urgh. All right. Okay. So the question is, so let's set up in the VM already, right? So we're gonna have a cycle, or yeah. So CPU cycles, right? No, we'll have an instruction budget, right? Thank you for the follow. All right. So when we go to implement the VM, right? Then we just give this thing a cell. Unless we make the cell optional and a budget. That would be an instruction budget, to be specific. Program. So the program is a cell, so we just call this the current cell, right? Like that, right? You need to introduce coin, which you can earn depending on how good you make your progress. Gems and boosters, and we're making a mobile game, right? Exactly, a pay-to-win mode. And each code cell could be a varying amount of cycles, right? No, a cycle or an instruction budget is per instruction. So for the virtual machine to execute the next instruction, there has to be something in the budget. So you can waste all your entire budget by writing a loop, for instance, right? I don't know how advanced we should make this, but... Okay, let's see if we can do something with this. We're gonna have... we need to have like the grid as well. And sort of see what that is. We need to see a grid. We need to see the instructions that we're executing. We need to be able to look at the memory as well. Is this already a thing? Is this already a thing? No, okay, that's not okay. That's not the same thing at all. Okay, thank you. I was about to just wipe this project. So it looks like this, right? You're gonna have a grid of cells, right? You have a grid of cells. You have a starting cell with an input, and then you have connecting cells that takes different input types, right? So if you have a cell that takes the same input for both of these, then this cell has to generate that input. If you have, for instance, string in here and string in here, then this thing has to output a string, otherwise it can't progress. If you have an integer here and a string here, and you output an integer, then you can only go here, right? If you are here, and there are two integers, whoopsie, and one string, and you output a string, then you're gonna go string. If there's integer, you're gonna go in two directions, right? Do your thing. Well, yeah, I think this is different. This is different enough, right? This is just fun now to work on, right? This just interests me a little bit. So I mean, obviously, I haven't thought this through at all, right? I have no idea, right? We need a goal of first level, maybe two separate numbers, but have one inbound connection. So I think every level has to start with a starting cell with a starting input. I think that I don't know how that would work, Alexi, but before we add complexity to this thing, let's just see if we can get the virtual machine executing instructions, right? So we need to have some memory. If we make this into a single byte machine, well, then you can't do a lot, can you? We could start off with something that looks a bit like an assembly, right? Where we have a couple of registers that you can load into, and that way we can actually have an output register. So let's make a struct for our registers here, right? So we'll have the output registers, which is going to hold a value, which means we have to get the value in here. Where's the value again? Whoops. It's inside the cell. No, that should probably be inside the program instead, right? Whoops. I don't know where this should go. Let's put it in the root for now. Hot dang. Sometimes I just don't know. No! Yes, maybe. I don't know. There we go, right? Okay, so then we're gonna have registers. And so we can make the memory fixed as well. That would impose a limitation. So difficult levels could be based on instruction budget or memory size even, right? Let's just put a default of this thing, right? Should we have null? No, of course not. Don't be an idiot. This is an option. Because we can truly have the absence of a value here, right? The whole idea of the game would be to give this intuition for a younger gamer that a program lives somewhere in a memory. To null or not to null. Hello, Privan. How you doing? I had Don on stream yesterday, Privan. He was talking about some really gross medical stuff, and I loved it. It was really something. It was fun having you on stream, though, right? Let's do a default for this thing. We can get away with that for now. Okay, so now we need to have a memory size. And because we are Rust programmers, we're going to start off our memory with zeros, right? So this will be a vec of 0u8. We don't have to specify that memory. All right, actually, let's rename this to memory size. There we go, right? What? Ah, you have to spell them correctly. Whew. Oh, there we go. How's it going, Bankster? I ran an update query today without the where updated every row. On purpose, or? Oh man, I did this to my wife yesterday, and I said, listen to my back, and it sounds like bubble wrap just going down my spine when I pull my arms down. Most fun part was that I just did a shit happens and didn't reverse it. Nope. Another day of existential dread. Mr. Bankster, you know what? Get off social network, get off the news, okay? It's not gonna help you. You'll be fine. We're all gonna be fine. We're in this soup together. It'll be good. We get there. Production database, raw pSQL, nice. Just raw dogging pSQL. Yeah, that sounds a bit dodgy, Londo. Are you Nordic? I have lived in various parts of the world, which is why my accent is the way it is, right? My accent is mostly reflecting some of the like more recent people I have been interacting with. There was a sub point that just happened, so thank you whoever subscribed without notifying me. I'm on to you. Transactions exist for a reason. We even have them in Anathema. Look at this. Look at this inside the widgets. Transaction, an insert into the tree is a transaction that has to be committed, right? You don't like people who lives in the Nordic? Okay, so what should we do? I don't take this too serious. I think Privan is just being Nordic now, right? Is that how it goes, Privan? Okay, so now we need to define instructions, right? So well, we're gonna have a couple of registers, right? We could just operate on a stack. So we push things onto a stack and then we pop things off a stack. But to perform operations, we could have registers, right? Yeah, that's what I didn't want to out you as some kind of root vegetable, but But yeah, this I imagine. This I imagine was a thing. Oh. Hello, JD. It's been a hot minute. How you doing? Okay, so we can do, right? We can have two registers for doing things like loading values into a register to perform an operation, right? So if you load something, we're gonna load it from memory into a register, and you're gonna load the next instruction into the register. So in that case, our computer memory or a program could just be a series of bytes, right? So we can decide how big a number we're gonna have, right? If we start this with just bytes, so the maximum value you can have is 255, which will be okay for ASCII strings, but not for Unicode strings, right? Well, I mean, that's not true, but let's not worry about that just yet, right? You've not been the same. Okay, so let's just have a LHS, and that's gonna hold a value, and an RHS. These again should probably be option values, right? So it's either that or we have to introduce null. So an instruction can become a no op as well, right? And if our program is just bytecode, then we'll be fine, right? We could do it with 64-bit, but that just means more memory, right? If we make it like very simple to begin with, then we don't have to worry too much about it, right? If we make a program into actual bytecode, that but then we have to interpret that into instructions instead. Then we would have to do that. Reject modernity. Yeah. 6 bits. But if we do it this way, then we can store our program on disk as a byte sequence. And that would be convenient, right? So if every instruction can be represented as a byte, so we're going to chuck a repr U8 here. Whoops. Then we can implement instruction, and we can have a no op. And then what should we do? We can do a from byte here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to implement from U8 for, we're going to implement try from U8 for instruction. And our error kind is going to be infallible. And then here we're going to match on the value. And if whatever the value is, it's going to be an OK instruction no op, right? And then from byte, it's going to return self. So this is going to be how we load the program then, right? So we're just going to say byte dot try into expect conversion is infallible, will at worst be a no op, right? So now we can take a series of bytes and load that in as instructions, right? Although I'm not entirely sure about this thing. Because if we think about a program, right? Let's say that we have a load instruction and then we have an add instruction, right? So whatever we do here, either we push the add value onto a stack or we add it to the output, right? Or so that means that we need a specific load reg instruction as well. And that seems a little bit odd, right? Because now we need to be able to represent our registers as bytes as well. if we're gonna do this. But imagine that load is instruction 1, right? Or 0. 0 is fine, right? And this is gonna be anything else. So that's gonna be 1, 2, and then everything else is no, right? So our program could be something like, whoops, what happened? Hello, everyone, how you doing? 0 to load an instruction into, we need to say where we load in this thing, right? So having just a load instruction would imply a stack. Okay, so we would have, I can't specify the register, that then everything is a load reg, right? Okay, let's do that. So 0 to load, 0 for left hand side, and then 1 for value, followed by another load, 1 for right hand side, and another value. So this would translate into load reg, register 0, value 1, load reg, register 1, value 2. And if we then have an add on top of that, that would be 1 for add. And then this would add this thing to the output, right? Now you're wishing you were drunk? Well, I mean, that's easy to redeem though, isn't it? I'm sure you guys have like an offie nearby or whatever. I have a feeling you run into problems because you're mixing instruction as an assembler instruction, but in the same time, a cell can represent a sheet of action it can take. Not really. We're gonna have a program, and the goal of the program is to run to load something into the output. And at the end of the program, whatever is in the output is how we find the connecting cells, right? We just haven't specified how you can move from one cell to another, right? We haven't said. We're not showing the execution path, right? But right now, I think this will be fine, right? So we already have bytecode, right? So when we execute an instruction, we just need to get an instruction, look at the next instruction, if it contains something or whatever. Like let's just get this thing going, right? I think we can write a program like this very quickly, right? So we're gonna have not registers like this, but actually we could do, we could have an import of registers where we have a function called load value, and we have a position and we have a value. And we could have, so for instance, if we want to add two values together, right? So if you wanted to do something like add 1 and 2 together, and that's gonna put 3 in the output, right? And then you want to add 1 to that. So you should be able to do something like add 1 to output, which would then mean the output has 4 in it, right? So without having to have another instruction for loading that. But I don't know, right? I don't know. We don't have to go overboard with this stuff, right? Pop 2, push 1. Yeah, sure. Pop. We don't have to go overboard with this. We could just make this work, right? I think this should be reasonable enough. Let's add a print instruction. Let's add a print instruction to this. No instructions after no, right? This will just print output. What's the goal? It's some kind of game idea we came up with, right? So it's like okay, the gist of it is like this, JD. You start off in a cell in the grid, and you fill this cell with code, and the output of this cell connects to another cell, and depending on what type the output accepts is where we're gonna go, right? So if this cell generates an integer, and the input of this cell is an integer, then we'll move on here. If both of these are integers, then we move on to both of them, right? We just have to figure out we just have to figure out how to map programs to cells, really, as we go about it, right? That's all I can ever do, Alexi. Is this just an excuse for Toggle to make another VM parser? No, not really. Is this a type safe TS100? Like the soldering iron? Very Sectronics-like. Maybe. I don't know much about Sectronics, but we'll say yes to that, right? People have already said something Screeps, but this wasn't like Screeps, so I'm good with that, right? We're not doing someone else's ID. Okay, so printing should just print what's inside the output directory. So we need a specific instruction for dealing with strings, right? Look up a screen. No, I don't want to be influenced by anything else. I just wanna go by my own ludicrous nonsense. I don't want another game or anything to influence this. Especially since we have no graphical backend to this thing, right? This is all just doing whatever. Where was I? Okay, yeah. So we can specify the bytecode for doing this thing, and if we do this, then we're gonna match on the position here. Okay. So if it's 0, it goes into left-hand side. So self.lhs.set value, right? If it's 1, then we go into the right-hand side. We could. Well, this is storing. This is writing values to a register. Well, we load into, right? And then 2 could be not the output. Anything else is just going to be invalid. And we're going to panic for now. Invalid register. All right. We probably don't want to do that. This is not what Wire did on stream when I was watching his stream. You are talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense, okay? Is it replace? But we don't really care about that. Is there no way of just... Well, I guess we could do this. And just ditch whatever output we get, right? How you doing, Skylar? He made a debugger. So you're comparing my grid-based game to his compiler. I don't know, Skylar. Why does people always have to do that, right? Stop pissing on my bonfire, okay? I'm good, mate. I'm good. How you doing? You doing good? How's school? Are you done? Are you ready? Are you ready for the real world? Okay, so registers. We're gonna load the register. We're gonna replace this, and okay. So what about the instruction then? We need to see how that's gonna work. Okay, so let's have a function called exec that will take a mutable reference to self, and this is just going to execute the next instruction. So self.instruction budget minus equals 1. Of course, this is going to be a problem if the instruction budget reaches 0. We're going to overflow there. Don't worry about that. You're stressing a lot about school? It's fine. You'll be fine. You're smart. Get on with it. You'll be fine. Okay, so we need to... So maybe we just need to load the current program, right? And not the cell. And the program... I don't know. So, like, we have many ways we can do this. We can either... Now, I think we're going to have to go cell to cell for this to work. We kind of have to go cell to cell for this to work. Otherwise, the instruction pointer makes no sense. So all we're going to do is have instructions. Then we don't need any of that, right? Yeah, so if we just have a program from the cell... like that. The goal for the player will be to come up with 1 performance single-cell instruction program, 2 way to distribute a program across. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna load another program yet. I don't know how that's gonna work. So we have to be able to inspect the virtual machine, the memory and everything for every instruction that we execute as well, right? So we can sort of see this work, right? Man, we could even snapshot this. No, let's not do that. Okay, like I was thinking like we can reverse the program as well, but let's not do that. We'll figure out a way to get the code into each cell. It'll be fine, right? So we need to get the instruction from the program. So self.program dot 0.get. Well, then we need to store the instruction pointer on here, right? Very much so, Chibi. So very, very much so. It's like it turned into the entire stream, but I like the concept. So let's see if we can just make the beginning of this and if it holds any value, right? So we're gonna get the instruction and then we're gonna execute the instruction. So there has to be a way for us to, without turning this into a state machine though. Okay, I don't know what we're gonna do just yet. So we'll take the happy path, right? We get the instruction, we decrease the budget. So this will overflow and this will fail at some point. The question is, should the program just loop? No, it shouldn't. The program should just execute to completion. So that's fine, right? How's it going, Farfilm? We'll make the program just execute the instruction. And so we need some way to have an output here. So we'll create a VM output. That would be done. So what would that, how would we get to any kind of output? Okay. If we reach the end of the program or the end of the instruction budget, right? So we can have out of memory or OM, right? We can have a what's a neat way to express like no more, there's nothing left in our budget, like an empty budget. Okay, no budget. What else can we have? Okay, so the instruction pointer is just gonna move forward. If the instruction pointer is equal to the program length, right? You know what we're gonna do though? We're just gonna have a get function and we're gonna have a length function, right? And we're gonna go and implement these things. And that's going to be an option of instruction. And then we're just going to make the instruction copy, so we don't have to worry about that. Because the instruction is going to be very small, right? Okay, there we go. You got exhausted from yelling at your cat? Poor cat. So it's not going to be one program for all cells. It's going to be one program per cell. Right? So each cell can have a different budget. So when we load a program, we load it from the cell as well. Exhausted. All right, you're not exhausted from yelling at your cat. I mean, that sounds good to me, right? So we do this, and since the instruction budget can never be reduced by more than 1, then we're gonna return exhausted here, right? And then here, here we reach the end of the program, so we're just gonna return done here. So at this point, this is where we want to look, right? This is when we are done, whatever is inside the output registry is what we're gonna pass on. Now I realize that there's a caveat here, right? Kind of, Doddy. I realize that there's a caveat here. We could just write the program so that it just contains one instruction, which is loading the output value with the correct value to move on, right? But we can come back and fix that, right? Cat shouting is a new Olympic sport. I believe so. I mean, I've seen I've seen Australian breakdancing, so you know, right? Wait, what are you complaining about? Copied. That's what you're complaining about. If maybe missing an else, no, it's not. So then we have a continue as well. Whoops. There we go. What would input contain if the input cell has not completed in given cycles? Which input? Do you mean output? It is not a sport. No one disagrees with that. Okay. So we built up a virtual machine with instructions and everything, right? Now we just need to execute the actual instruction, right? So we get the instruction, and now we're gonna execute this thing, right? So what do we call this thing next? And self.exec instruction, right? So this is actually really simple, right? Why would you do that? All right, anyway. This is actually really simple. Executing instruction never has to do anything, right? It just, well, I mean, you have to do something, but it doesn't have to have any output, right? Because we're just loading up our registers. What would input contain if input cell has not completed in a given cycle? Nothing, right? You will start a cell with an input, right? So the first cell that you start will have a specific input. So in our cell description, for a cell to exist, it has to have a given input, right? Or for the next cell to exist, it has to have a given input, and that's going to be either a number, a bool, or a string. I think that was what we had, right? So you'll always have one. Let's match on the instruction. Okay, so this is where things are going to get a little bit hairy now, right? So for instance, loading into a registry, we need to have access to program memory at this point, right? So what we've called memory here is probably going to be our program, right? No, not really. This thing needs to hold a value. So we have to parse the value before we move on, right? So if we go back to our instruction, our program, our cell, I realized that I have put too many types in here. There's the value. Or maybe I deleted that comment. Okay, I deleted the comment. Okay, that explains why, right? So to be able to parse an instruction, this will no longer hold, right? Because we can't make an instruction from a byte. Right? Instead, so if I write out the program again, right? So this is in bytecode. So the first instruction is going to be load register, right? And the second value is going to contain which register are we loading, okay? So if this means load the right-hand side register, that means the load reg should have an identifier for a register here, right? So the instruction has to contain that already. So we're not gonna when we create a program, when we write a program to disk, right? That's when we have to decompose this thing, right? Is that the right word? Thank you guys for the follows. So we have to deconstruct this thing into 2 bytes, right? So load reg is going to be written as 2 bytes when we get to the bytecode part, right? So instead, we're going to implement write for... We're going to implement write for our instruction instead. So this whole thing here can go away. That one makes no sense anymore. We're going to import write for instruction. Actually, I don't think we can do that either. Because, well, actually, yes, we can, right? We can implement write for instruction. This thing would just be an okay. Well, that's not a thing yet. Well, let's just put a byte in there for now, right? And then this thing's gonna panic in here. Okay, we can't do that. We can do this. So loading the register has to... Wait, what? No, this isn't right. Wait, this is what we're writing to. All right, I need to refresh my memory here. So read's gonna read from something into something, right? But that doesn't have to implement write. However, there is a copy where we do a copy between a reader and a writer. So a program could implement that more than anything. So that's how we'd have to write this, right? So get rid of that. This have to sit on a program. So this is what we're going to write into in that case, right? So now we should be able to copy a program into a file by just doing an IO copy. So for this thing, we're then going to match on, we're going to say for program or for instruction. That's also not right. Yes, that is right. For instruction, inside the 0. Now, we don't have to take ownership of anything here. Well, we're gonna keep track of the byte count, and we're gonna return that. Hello, Temporis. We're making a game. We're making a game without any graphics right now. We're making a game that's going to look like this, all right? You're going to have a grid of cells. Right? I haven't figured out all of this yet, but we have a grid of cells. You have one cell that you start in. You write a program for that cell. You execute the program, and the output of this cell dictates which your next cell is going to. I think each cell is going to have a different budget and a different program, and your goal is to either get somewhere or to populate as many cells as possible. I don't know what the goal is. I haven't figured that out yet, but it's going to be about you navigating this grid of cells where each cell contains a program, right? And we have a virtual machine, and we're now making this thing possible to read and write to disk, right? And so let's just match on the instruction, match instruction. I think this is one of those things that is going to be fun to write, but boring to actually play, right? Okay, so this one is going to be the register. So we'll do something like buffer. We need a counter as well, right? Or we need a cursor, right? Now, question is, can we use a straight up cursor here that we just advance, all right? It's a little bit redundant, so we're not going to bother with a cursor, right? We're just going to write into the buffer, and then we're going to advance the position. Okay, so buffer. And then this one is actually requiring 2 writes, though, right? Oops, not a buff u. A buffer position is equal to instruction as u8. And then we're going to do buffer position. We have to bump this one by 1 because we have to write in the reg as well, right? Like so. Semicolon. Oh, we can't cast that now. That's a bit annoying. So that means that we need an instruction table for this that we map each instruction to, unless we have multiple values. Okay, let's do this then, right? Let's import instruction. No, let's import into U8 for instruction. Now this one is a little bit easier, right? Here we can just match on self, and we can fill this, and this is gonna be 0. That's gonna be 1, 2, and then everything else, right? 1, 2, and then this could be 3. But we're not going to make it 3. We're going to make it something else. We're going to make it 255, right? Or U8 max. All right. So we're giving the no-op a special value, right? So instruction into, and we're done, right? I did see that mod prog, and I thought that it was a rather interesting looking syntax there. Oh, just dereference this thing then, right? What? How is this not okay? From U8 for instruction webs from value U8. No, wait. This is from instruction, right? I'm doing this backwards. Instruction for U8. There we go. Whew, backwards, that's right. So this is the one that has all the funky syntax, right? No, maybe, okay, maybe not. Yes. All right, never mind that. I think we just become a small and humble community instead, Modprog. That's what we'll do with this. Okay, so for any other instruction, we can simply just do that part. And then we don't need add and print and no op, right? So that's kind of easy then, yeah? But I want this thing to not have a byte. I want this thing to be a little bit better. So let's go here to our registers, and we're going to have an enum register here. That's gonna track left-hand side, right-hand side, and output. And give the follow. And this thing could certainly do with a Repro U8, although we don't really need that either. So instead of having a position, we're gonna have a register. Whoops. So now we don't have to do anything with this, right? So here we're just gonna say replace value. We'll do the same thing here and here. We're just gonna change this to right-hand side and output. That's almost output. Put every time. Damn you, put. All right, we don't want any of that. Now we can no longer have invalid registers. Well, we can, but just not there. But we are going to... So let's get on with it, right? Okay, so now we can technically write a program. So let's write our first program, shall we? Program.lol. Okay, so this program should be... Actually, you know what? It would make more sense if I went and got myself a drink. I'll be right back. All right. No cost refridge done exit? What? I don't understand the comment. No cost refridge don't exit. Is this autocorrect? Okay. When cats were the true me. Lol cats, yeah. Okay, so should we? Okay, so we can now write implementation of the exec function, right? So that would hold the reg. Oh, but we have to load a value into the register. I have no idea what this song is called. There's like some random playlist that's just going on in the background. Like it's not a playlist on Spotify or anything like that. It's just a playlist thing. Oi. Oh, there. Okay, so we have to load a value into here. So this thing, this thing becomes more complex. So now this has to know about the value, and then the value has to be something that we can serialize into bytes. So let's import value. We definitely don't need a new function. So we can convert an instruction into a byte. But let's see, where do we do this? On the program, right? So should we implement read for the value as well? Hello, Phyton, how you doing? Okay, we could do that. Then we don't have this. Instead, we have the read function there. Okay. As long as this returns the right thing, we'll be fine. It is a real IKEA chair. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, I think we can do this, and then we match on self. Oh, but if we do this, the instruction is no longer copy. Okay, that could be all right. We can deal with that. So if we do this, and then in here, we're gonna panic. My favorite thing to do. Then this will return a reference to an instruction instead. That solves that. However, here we would have to do a copy. What is copy returning? It does return the byte count, right? Returns the number of bytes that were copied from the reader to the writer. All right. So I think we're good. So we're just gonna copy, and it's gonna copy reader then writer. Yeah. That would be the instruction. I'm gonna copy the instruction into the buffer. That's gonna be our position. Like that. And then we can move this thing over to the instruction itself. I don't think you can blame global warming for a poorly insulated house, though, Lithwas. Alright, I just... so match on self. Okay, well, we can continue panicking there. We're just gonna fix that. Damn. So write is not implemented for the buffer? It's not doing this, is it? That would be too much dumbassery. All right. I just want to see what's your gripe here. And then this thing? No, does copy need mutable access to both? Yes, it does. Ow. Yeah, I don't think you can blame global warming for that. But don't worry about it. I lived in a house that was older than 300 years old once, and it was pretty awful. The floors were literally crooked, so if you put like a pen or a marble or whatever, well, first of all, it gets stuck in the horrible carpet. But if it didn't, it would just roll into the corner of the house, right? It was very shape. Okay, so execute needs to take a reference to an instruction, not the actual instruction. We don't need new there for value. As a matter of fact, we can probably get rid of all of that then. And then this is just another level of dumb, right? Because we have to do it like this. Yeah. I need to have a quick look at the IO copy. Copies the entire contents of a reader into a writer. The function will continue to read data from the reader into the writer on success, number of bytes, blah. If you want to copy the contents of one file to another, you're working with file system C, file system copy. This function will return, okay, blah. Yeah, because whatever we pass in, it has to be a mutable reference to what we pass in, which makes it a little bit weird, but you know, it's fine. We're okay with it, right? So now we just have to implement read for the instruction. So let's go ahead and do that then, shall we? Once or twice, maybe we'll do that. And then we're gonna have the byte count. And we're gonna return, okay, byte count. Whoops. Oh, right. Okay, so we don't need to look at the position of the buffer because we're only writing one value at a time. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna write into the buffer 0. We're gonna write in the instruction. And this is where we can do self here. We don't bump that. That's gonna be 1. And we don't want to do that either. It has to operate on a reference as well. I mean, I guess what we could do is just chuck a reference in there. No, hang on. We took all this out, right? Really? You're gonna be like that? From instruction? What? Well, okay. We'll just re-borrow that. Man, there's a lot of perverse bullshit in here, right? Whoops. Oh, it's because of this, right? Okay. Man, it's pedantic. All right. It's pretty nonsense. Okay, so we are going to put the register in there. We're going to put the value in there. Then we are going to do a write from buffer to into. So we're going to do the same thing for the value, right? So we'll do a std IO copy into the buffer, which means again this bullshit. And what's the order of these? Is it the read first? So we're gonna pass in the value. So this means we have to implement read for the value as well. This is getting a little bit nonsensical, I have to say. And then this thing should be a reference as well. So now we just have to implement this thing, right? Needs more buffers, man. Needs more buffers. Okay, so now we have to determine what does a string look like. Well, we can copy a Rust string, right? Ish. We can have a length. And that's it, right? That's a string. Because we only have one section of memory, right? So there's not a lot we can do with that. So that means that any string we have is effectively a string literal then. I guess that's fine. I think we're gonna rebuild a lot of this stuff eventually, but let's just see if we can make this happen, okay? So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna tell our buffer that it is gonna be s.len su8. That's the first thing we're gonna do. Okay, apparently you were being a dingus. Yeah, don't look too closely at this thing, right? What? You cannot. There we go. Okay, so then we need to have, we need to return the number of bytes written as well here. Hello, Andres. How you doing? Welcome, Raiders. How you going? We're making some nonsense here, right? What did you get up to? What did you get up to? Now we need to make this thing. Hello, Go for Cold. Hello, Nunarip. Okay, now we have to know. So we have to do this, right? Buffer 1 and onwards. So the 0 buffer is going to be the length, just contain the length of the string. And you cannot have like longer strings than 256 for now, and that'll be fine. Now we need to contain the string values, right? So, or like the actual bytes from the string. So we're going to just say this is going to be, we're going to copy from slice. So this dot copy from slice will be s.s bytes, right? Okay. But we need to know about these bytes because we need to add these to the length, right? So byte count is equal to s.len plus 1. And that's it. Focusing on the code so they not talk too much during the stream. Was the first time it happened for you? That's what I say to my wife every time. Your chat get enraged with you for not interacting with them. Here we can do the same thing, right? Since every 64-bit integer is going to have the same number of bytes associated with it, we can just use that, right? So we can do bytes is to native endian bytes. And then we can write this into, we can do the same thing as we did here. We start from 0. We copy from slice, and then it's gonna be byte count is plus e is gonna be equal to bytes.len, right? Now we could just write 8 in there, but it's better to not have all these magical numbers, right? Okay, the same thing can be done for a float. And since a byte is the smallest unit that we have, we can't really do much about the Boolean value. Like, it's just like in Rust, we can't pack, well, we could, but we're not going to pack Boolean values into multiples. Instead, we're just gonna say B0 is gonna equal to either 1 or if B is true, then it's gonna be 1, else 0, right? We could do B as U8 if we wanted to, but this would be fine. And then byte count is 1, right? That's like the smallest unit we have. Really? Well, I mean, that's a sign of success, though, isn't it? And that's a sign of success. I think, so Andres, have you ever had 3 bad streams in a row? I think that is like the worst one, right? You have a bad stream, you go, okay, it was shit, we'll do better tomorrow. We'll figure something out tomorrow. Tomorrow comes, you have a shit stream again. And it's the same thing. Okay, it was shit, we'll do better tomorrow. Third stream, shit. At this point, existential crisis will set in. It's like there's always these ups and downs, right? But it really is hectic, right? Only had 1 in a row? Yeah, in that case, don't worry about it. You'll have 3 in a row at some point, and when you do, just remind yourself that it's not like a streak or anything, and nothing has changed for the worst, right? It happens, and it's not fun, right? So if you have a bad stream again, don't worry about it. Okay, so where were we? So we okay, instruction byte count. It's the wind blowing in a different direction for a bit. Yeah. Yeah, you just have to power through. And then all of a sudden you have a really good stream and you don't know why. It is bizarre. Okay, so I think we're good. This thing seemed to be fine now. So let's write a bunch of instructions into bytecode, right? Do we have the register? Yeah, and this thing can... Oh, no, we don't. That has to become the register. We could have a repr U8 here. Like this. And now we just do this. What? No, you're not. Register is a copy type, I'm pretty sure. No, it isn't. There we go, right? Okay, so let's build up a program where we load two numbers and an add and see what that looks like. And for that, we're going to use a main RS file just so we can run this thing. And we're going to use, what do we call this thing even? Cell game. We can come up with something better, right? There we go. Instruction load. So now we have to determine what we're loading. So we're going to have register. I don't know if we have access to these things. We might have to re-export some of these. It's called cell game. So, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, let's make some of these types public, right? So pub use instruction and program as well as making that public. Okay, so we should be good now. Probably less M in program though, right? Why would we have self in there? Instruction. Okay, we need register to be able to actually load that. So let's do that too. That's going to be in the VM. And we load it into the left-hand side. We need a value as well. And we do a value int 3. So this is going to be our very sophisticated program. We're going to load some values in there. Just. Whoops. No variant named load. Oh, load rate. Well, then we can rename this to just straight up load, right? Whoops. There we go. So we're going to load 3 into the left-hand side. We're going to load 4 into the right-hand side. And we're going to serialize this now. Not serialize this. We're going to write the program into some bytes that we can then write to files. So let's just open a file. Is it new? Yeah. And then create true. Actually, it would be sufficient to just have append true. And then open program.lol. And then that should give us... Are you considering using SQLite? No, there's no reason to use SQLite for this. We're just going to call this thing file. There is no reason to do anything serious with this thing, right? Copy into the file the program. No, we cannot write the program. I thought we had. Oh, maybe I'm doing this backwards. How dare you call it a toy, Anne? This is production grade. You will see this in the Windows kernel next year. It's a concept for a game, right? That came out of this conversation, right? No such file. Okay, create then. Invalid argument. That's not an invalid argument. My own production grade language, exactly, right? The Rust Foundation will not know about this. We will do it behind closed doors. Okay, so for some reason, I'm missing something. Okay, let's have a look at open options. Oh, we have to be able to write. And actually, this is where append is fine. But you know what? Write is sufficient for this. There we go, right? So now we can open our program lol and it's empty. That is exactly what we wanted, right? Why did that not write the bytes? How did I do Wordle? I don't think I've done Wordle today. Let me just play with my phone for a while. No, I have 3 letters, but then I had other things to do. Also, let's not forget that I fell asleep when I kind of got the stream. I was like, yeah, I'll start soon. Could be tough, probably is. Twitch is why... Why is Lamau profanity? It's not. All right. You get 1. Okay, apparently this didn't work. So even though we run this... I would have thought this would generate its own buffer. But it doesn't. So it just writes 0 bytes. All right. What are you talking about, Chief? So D3 is like the biggest weeb I've ever met, right? Okay, so this thing was a nonsense. So we will not do this. Why? I mean, if we had a buff writer, we could, yeah. So copy should take a reader, a writer as this. No, it takes a reader. Yeah. So read from the program, write to the file. Okay. So this should give us an internal buffer to write to. Still gonna write 0. Bollocks. Don't mention the fonts, man. We'll get nothing done. If it turns up and you mention the fonts, we're all now, right? A buff writer was buff, but it did nothing for us. So I thought this had to do with the size of this, but what we could do is we could just go into a program and we can put a breakpoint here. Oh, the instruction is always a no-op as well. And we never registered the byte count either. Yeah, all right, cool, thanks. No, thank you. Okay, program. So let's do... Let's do a... so the position is going to be the byte count in this case, right? So really, we could just say that byte count is equal to position, right? Because we're going to do that. Oh, this is such dumbassery. Like, I can't even, right? Why do we need mutable access to the reader, though? So human, right? I think we should start an initiative where we try to get D3 to start streaming more. He's done a little bit of game streaming, but that's about it. I think he should stream his hot takes on everything because I think he would do really well as a streamer. He would be really good at aggravating people. So tell D3 to start streaming, human. To stream his hot takes. D3's hot take podcast. Yeah, I'd watch that. Yeah, I think that'd be great. I think he would do really well as like a nonsense streamer. So because he's kind of so aggressive in his takes, and they're always so definitive. It's like, no, you have to do it this way. You have to do everything. This technology is shit. This technology is great. This is like this thing is like the best thing ever. You never need that. All of this is terrible. It's just all very definitive, right? It's very definitive how his kind of takes on things are, and I think that would really rattle people's cages, and I think that would be quite fun, right? He's had an apple in his vision. Yeah, I mean, he's a very particular individual, so I think it would be quite funny to watch that, right? Sounds like a typical teenager in the soul of an adult. Interesting take, but he is knowledgeable, though, right? He's not an idiot. But he's not afraid to argue his stuff either. I think he should not be streaming programming or gaming. He should be streaming in just chatting, and he should touch on all the like social political issues out there because he just don't care, okay? And it's not like he's got bad takes or anything like that, right? So I think it'd be quite fun. I think it'd be quite fun to watch him do that. Okay, so copy doesn't seem to work because it seems to disregard the internal buffer, right? Well, even though we had a no-op in there, it still disregarded that. Why is that not? All right, oh, wait, what? Expected IU size? Oh, right. So it's still gonna give us 0 even if we do this. So let's just put a breakpoint in there. And okay, so that did a copy. And that's a 0. Yeah. So let's have a look at the instruction. Okay, it certainly has the buffer to write into. Oh shit. Alright, I know what the issue is. No. Prime is a kitty cat compared to D3, okay? I don't think Prime has like I mean, I don't know, right? I don't know. I might be wrong. I don't watch him that frequently these days because he never says hi to me in chat. I'm kidding. But I don't think he has any hot takes compared to D3. D3 has violently hot takes, okay? More of a bulldog? Yeah. D3 is certainly someone who will not shy away from tackling things that most streamer is... You spotted chat? Yeah. Anyway, I'm saying that I think D3 should start streaming, right? So what's this byte gonna be? It's just gonna be, so that's gonna have a length of 0, right? So here we could return something. Hello, Ryan. How you going? So here we can just return 1. And then here we return a specific number. What are you up to, Ryan? You're the only person, Ryan, I see chatting in Prime Stream where he actually acknowledges what you're saying, right? I see some of my chatters in there sometimes and they're talking, but well, I know why, obviously, because it's difficult to keep up, but working away. Are you working on anything fun? You rile him up? Yeah, all right. Well, then you got better luck than I do. Okay, so we got a singular byte, a second byte, there's 2 bytes, and then we have this value here, okay? So we're looking at len plus 2 for this, which is now magic number bullshit. There we go, right? Failed to write the whole buffer. Okay. A stock portfolio trading platform? That sounds just about as exciting as, I don't know, man. So that was a write 0. That's also write 0. All right, I'm not gonna implement write. It didn't make it any better. It just made it noisy. Almost as fun as a terminal UFO. Well, there's a reason I'm not working on that one, right? Is it blockchain based? Maybe, right? Maybe. No, we're not modprog. We moved on. Okay, so instruction add. So maybe we just read the program from file and let's do that instead. So we don't have a read and write. I haven't looked at it, Enrico. He's on my Discord, human. You can just ask him there. But I'm gonna assume if he's not here, he's probably either busy working or busy sleeping. Okay. So let's just make the program something we can write and read instead, right? Let's just get rid of this nonsensical thing, right? So we do a pub function. We could implement write. And then here we can have a writer. So let's go through each instruction for where we can just do this. Now, I don't want to allocate space for the instruction. Instead, I just want to write it directly into the writer. So we can just do that instead. So we're not going to do that. Now we don't have to do this dumbassery. And then we have to do writer.write instruction. Actually, we can do an instruction.write into the writer. Like that. Whoops. Blech. All right, so let's take our program and write it into the file. So program write file or fdial or a ficle. We don't need no stinking reader for that, right? So we're just gonna do this instead, right? You are cheating, Small Knight. I will ban you if you keep doing this, okay? If you don't handcraft it yourself in Rust and then import that, then what are you even doing, right? Do you even lift, bro? Okay, anyway, so let's just implement write for our instructions then, because it's going to look very similar to the read. Very, right? I don't tolerate non-Rust here, okay? I didn't learn Rust so people could write other languages. Wait, I don't know what I'm talking about now. Anyway, I hope you're having fun with it though, right? If you're not having fun with it, then what are you doing? Okay, so let's just grab this thing. Oh, eep. Okay, so we could. Where's the byte thing? I think I clearly had that somewhere. There we go. Okay, so now we can do writer.write byte and pass in the byte. Yes, no, maybe we should probably. No, we can't just call write byte, can we? We need something for that. We need probably a buff writer. No, we don't. We cannot write a singular byte. Ugh. I do, Sleep Axe. There's loads. Well, actually, I say there's loads, but probably not. Don't even go there. Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? What am I doing wrong now? Oh, okay. All right. I see. No, there's the VOD channel as well, Sleep Axe. Exposed live. You guys are exposed. I'm never exposed. This annoys me. We have to wrap this in a slice for this to work. To write a singular byte. Like that. Ugh. Yeah, no. No doxing. No, please don't. Okay. What do we have here? This is the value. Okay, so we just have to write the value. So value dot write into the writer. Okay. I just talked to him on Discord, please. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. I don't like this either. Why do I even care about this? All we're gonna do is just get some bytes in there. It's not really relevant, right? But we have to return an IO result. Actually, we don't have to return a U size there at all. And then here we'll do the same thing. Actually, we're always gonna do this. There we go, right? Now we're going to grab this and go to the value. Yeah, this doesn't feel very good at all. This feels pretty shit. All right, don't do that in the stream channel, but okay. Okay, so that will take a reference to self. It's going to take a writer. It's going to return a result. It's all right, man. Don't worry about it. Ah, shit. I already written that, didn't I? All right. I'm going to move this code up here. Get rid of that. That's just going to be okay. Whoops. A bit too much okay. Okay. That can't work. All right, so this, on the other hand, we can do. So here, we're just going to do writer.write as bytes. And then we have to write the length first. Like so, and we can get rid of all the other stuff then, right? There's no... Whoopsie. There is so... Ship. We need to write the... Oh my god, we need to write the value type. I completely forgot about that. So we need to write like a type index as well. Okay, so we need to write the type of the value, then the actual value. We can't just write the value itself because we have no means of interpreting that, right? So we're kind of starting to write a serializer and or encoder for these things. So yeah. Shape. All right, so let's just do impl from value for U8. Okay, and then here we're just going to return 0, 1, 3, 2. Like that. So then we can make that into, right? Or from self. And then we can write that first. Although that's a little bit dumb. Not the right level of dumb yet, but we're getting there. Wait, how did we get 11 arrows all of a sudden, right? Yeah, again, we don't have that. So this thing is fine. That thing is gonna be okay too. So we're just gonna write bytes there. Yeah. Do the same thing here. And here. Then for consistency's sake, we shouldn't put that up there either, right? So we shouldn't do this. This should just be a byte. So this should be the value type as well. There's a lot of extra letters in type there, wasn't it? Oh, God. And then they have to do this based on a reference as well. It's so weird to do this, right? We do this so we can also deref, right? Because this is gonna be an array. Yeah. Okay. Right. Cool beans. I'm wrong. That has to be mutabubbles for this to work. Okay. So was that it then? Can we now write a program to disk? Well, I don't know. Could we? No, because we don't write anything. Instruction. Not write. Writer. Right, right, and right. Oh, man. All my nonsense is coming home to roost. All right, so we're going to do this. And we're going to do the same thing here. Hey, there we go, right? So now technically we have a program, right? So let's load our program then, right? So let's have a look at what bytes do we have in there, okay? So we're gonna do file.seek 0. I don't know if we can do that without a cursor. No, we cannot. But what we can do is this. And then we can do... actually, we can do this. So we have read to string. We should have a read as well that goes directly from read like that we can pass in program.lol into, unwrap that one, and then we can just print out the bytes that we have just written. There we go, right? That's our program. All right. So 0 is gonna be the first instruction, which is load. I mean, why don't we just make a program from bytes then, right? So let's get rid of this crummy stuff and let's do here we can import read for program though, right? That should be fine. So we can implement read for all of these types. Could we not? I think we could. So for instruction, we have that already. And then finally for value. No, this doesn't make any sense. This was stupid. I don't know why I thought that was gonna work. What dumbassery is this? Whoops. Quit, you slag. There we go. All right. So instead, we have to read everything into a vector of bytes. That's going to be our like memory, and then we're going to convert that into something, right? So we do. This is going to be a vec, yeah. Okay, let's do program from slice, and we're going to pass in the bytes, and we're going to unwrap that. Actually, we're not even going to do that, right? Now we just have to add this function. Really? All right. You don't want that. Fine. then this will be a result of, we're not going to do a result, it's just going to be self here. It's a very selfish thing. Okay, so now we can do from slice, although we clearly can't. My neck feels like it got 1,000 needles stabbing it, so that's really fun. Maybe we can stand up for a while. Let's do that. Maybe this will help a little bit. We can kill that top light as well. The hair light. Okay, so from slice, let's start off by doing what? What project was that? So we're making this thing, right? We're making a game where you can visit, or where each cell contains a program, and then we run the program, and the output of the program dictates what the next cell is going to be. I don't know. There's like, I can already see lots of flaws in this thing, but it is somewhat of an interesting idea, maybe. Now we have to parse instructions from bytes though, and that's a little bit boring. So let's do. It's a good thought experiment. Yeah, I mean, we can already see if how you traverse to the next one is dictated by your output, then all we have to do is just load the correct output value into the instruction, right? So one instruction is all you need to beat something, right? But oh my god, my neck feels like shit. Oh, come on. Come on, elderly man. Oh, this is not fun. Okay, let's see. So then now we have to write like a parser for this thing, and that seems really boring to write. Normally I like parsers, but now we're parsing not a language, we're parsing bytes instead, and that's a little bit meh. So let's make a loop in here. I'm gonna match on the bytes. Can you fill match arms with this? No, we cannot. This should work though. Yeah. All right. So if it's 0, so this is gonna be like getting the type, right? So we have to do a type, and then depending on what type it is, we have to grab more and more of the byte sequence. So what we could do is we can make bytes mutable, and then as a result of doing something, we can reduce the bytes. But it's gonna be a bit rubbish to do all this in one. Like, just like we have the writer, yeah? Like that. Okay, we seem to have covered this everywhere else, so that was just that one I was missing. Okay, so if it's 0, that means that this thing is gonna be an instruction of a load. If it's 1, it's gonna be another kind of instruction. 2, 3. I don't know how many. How to write the ultimate parser. It depends entirely on what you're parsing, right? But we're just doing a naive one here. So this will be an instruction load, and we need to have a register. I have to follow and a value. So to do that, we need to have a register first. So we need to look at the next byte. Yeah, why not, right? The background, everything just fell down. So if we do this, then this could just be, this is simple because we can just get a register, right, from the value, right? Whoops. Like this, and then finally the value is going to be value from, but here we can't do value from bytes because we don't know the size of the value, right? There's like some older computers that have like a 7-bit byte and so on and so forth. And there's like some weird architectures that have other size bytes. I don't know if it's something you're going to run into day-to-day basis though, right? I wonder if there's like a... You like parsing? I don't love it for this. That's because I just want to finish something now instead of actually I don't want to do anything like, I don't want to do anything clever. I just want to, you know, brute force this thing. But how do we parse a value? We would have to pass in the bytes and the position, and that kind of sucks a little. Because we have to update the position for the value. Generally I like parsing, but now I just wanna generate a program from these bytes, and I don't even know why I went into this parsing, non-parsing thing. It's kind of idiotic. So what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna panic in here. There's no reason. Well, actually, no, we kind of do need to parse. No, we don't, right? We don't need to parse at all. Panic is fine. Whoops. Because we already have the program, right? So instead of doing this thing, and let's stop writing the program to file, right? Instead of doing that thing, we're just going to run the program now. So now we need a virtual machine. Do we, though? Oh, I really don't love that I added this code in here now. When I should have been doing this. Okay, why don't we just write some tests for this thing then, right? All right, so let's execute a basic program instead. And what do we need to create a VM? We need a program, an instruction budget, and a memory size. So let's create a VM. So here's our program. Our instruction budget can be 4, and then we need some memory. We're just gonna give it. So that's gonna be. Well, let's just give it like 256 bytes, right? We should be able to fit our entire program into that. And then calling vm.next should give us the output. Although we can't see that. So we can just panic here, and then we can print out the out value. Like that. Whoops. I was supposed to do that. Ew, look at that. VM output. Okay, so we just need to add some debuggery to this thing, and we're good, right? Okay. Right. We haven't actually written the code that executes any of the instructions, so that's a thing. So self.registers dot load value register value, right? Load into. So load value into register and a value. Okay, so that means the value has to be cloned at least. That seems a bit unnecessary, doesn't it? Well, maybe not, given that we need to retain this stuff, okay? Okay, so first instruction is done. We can now load the value into a register. If we're adding, then we're gonna add, oh, crabs. We haven't specified which registers we're adding, right? Since we can have multiple registers, maybe the register thing was a bad idea. We should have just used a stack, right? A stack-based VM would have been a little bit simpler to write because we would have just pushed and popped onto the stack and been done with it, right? But now we got a register in for a penny, right? Let's just write this out. So our add instruction is gonna now have register and a register. Okay. And then we have left-hand side, right-hand side. And we're going to match on... we're going to get the value, right? So let's just say... left-hand side is going to equal self.register dot load that, and then we have to do an add here. So we have to make this function be a thing. Okay, so this will do self.left-hand side as ref. It's weird that we have a register called output, but we do, and just deal with it. Okay. So we're gonna add register left-hand side, register right-hand side. Register. There we go. So now these two have to be numbers, yeah? Otherwise we can't add them. So we're gonna match on left-hand side and right-hand side. Now we're gonna, yeah, you should be able to fill the match arms here, okay? This is the only thing that we care about. Everything else is just gonna be a catch-all no-op. Technically, this could raise an error that you're trying to... that this thing should return a result, right? To the player, e.g. trying to add a number to a string or a bool to a float. All right. Now we have Boolean values, but we don't have a jump instruction. All right. So if we want to have conditionals, we have to have jump instructions, but we are not gonna do that just yet. So if the left-hand side, whoops, value int b, that's 1, and float. So you can have 2 floats or 2 ints. Everything else is just nonsense. Can't now. Okay, so this is supposed to return... No, this is supposed to write a value to the output. That's what this is supposed to do. So, oh, well then. So loading the value obviously has to take ownership of the value. Otherwise, this won't work. Because we're going to override what's inside the output. So we have to return the value. Back and forth with my kid here a bit. So self.output is equal to some value int a plus b. Right? Not overly exciting. Well, technically this would be load into. And that's going to be register output. And this will be the value. Oopsie. Extra oopsie. There you go, right? So we do the same thing for floating point values. If I could just, you know, get my shoulders to not hate me so much. Okay. And that's a float. Okay, so technically we now have there we go. So technically we now have adding, right, done to all of this stuff. So if we run this now, and we're gonna look at the let's observe the machine after this, right? Wait, why are we seeing the program only? Because I'm running the wrong code, that's why. Okay, so we're gonna add register left hand side, register right hand side. There we go. So, oh, we're printing out the memory too. Blah, boo. All right, but we can see the registers. The output has nothing, so that has clearly no. Actually, no, it has worked. We load the 3 into it. Okay, we're actually getting there. We're getting there. We're loading the value for our first instruction. Now we need to load the value for a second instruction. We're going to implement debug for the you know what we're going to do? We're going to... Why do we even have the memory, right? Why do we even have the memory in our program, right? There is no need for that. Memory is for nerds, right? So here we go, right? And that can go. I don't even remember what 4 is. What do we... Oh yeah, the budget. Whee! Okay. And let's like pretty print this thing like whatever, right? So we can see that we have loaded 3 into our left-hand side. We have nothing in our right-hand side. So let's execute the next instruction. Now we have something in our left-hand side and our right-hand side. And if we execute one more instruction, we should have 7 in our output. We do. Now the question is, should we be moving that? I don't think we should be moving values out, right? We shouldn't be moving values out. The memory could have made sense if we were to actually write strings into there, but now we're getting like this half-baked, we don't really have an allocator, we just have string memory, and that's just awkward, right? So let's look at the output. I can't believe I managed to write output without failing 3 times, okay? And then I hadn't written output. I'd written out. You fool. Okay, so let's look at the output. The output is continue, continue, and done. So we'll reach the last instruction. But what if we have a smaller budget, right? So you're only allowed to execute 2 instructions. Now this should fail. Yeah, so it's exhausted. And once it's exhausted, you shouldn't be allowed to keep executing instructions, right? So calling next. So this should behave a little bit like a fused iterator. Once this is exhausted, it's exhausted, right? And we should have a function called reset, but we're not going to do that just yet. So we'll do a last output. That is going to be a VM output, and it could just be continue. Okay, like that. So when we call next, so we kind of have it now, right? We have it now, yeah? No, this is copy. Okay. I mean, it isn't, because I hadn't written that it was copy. I just said that it was copy, and just because I say something doesn't make it true. Take that, internet things. All right, let's get the backlight on again. It makes it a little bit more, makes it a little bit less roady, right? Okay, we have a virtual machine. We can execute instructions. Now we should, well, I mean, we haven't tested all the outputs and everything, but okay. What should we have then? Okay, so now with this thing in, we should just return. So we say if let VM output. Okay, so how do we do that? There's a bunch of different ones that we can execute. So we need to say something like if stopped, then we return the next one, right? So if self.stopped, then we're just going to return self.last output. Oops. Then we need to have a stopped here as a bool. And it's going to be false. And it's going to be true if we end up here. Right? So now we shouldn't be able to surpass this, right? So we got our 2 instructions in, but we never went past this, right? Once it's exhausted, we can't do anything. Okay, so we have our. I mean, we got our virtual machine working, right? So now we just need to start building up a grid, yeah? And then associate a program with each grid. I have no idea if this is gonna be anything. Let's try the printer though, right? So our basic program, this is gonna be out of cycles, right? Out of budget. Exhausted budget. Something we can all relate to. So now we're just gonna assert that any call So that's 1, that's 2. So we just have to make an assertion here, okay? Then our next call is going to be a VM output of continue. The second one is not really continue. The second one is exhausted, right? But we can be done before we are exhausted. Okay, so that's it, right? No, I bungled this. What did I do? Okay, we need partial equality. Right? So we have exhausted. Let's do one where we actually finish the number of instructions. So we're just going to load 1 instruction. And that's going to be done here. Oh, right. No, that's not right, is it? The program length is 2. No, the program length is 1. There we go, right? Okay, so here's our basic program. So in this case, we should now be able to read the output of the VM, and that should be an int 7, right? So read, or this is called output, right? That would be a value int 7. Now we need to make the output function part of this. Well, there's no guarantee, so this is going to have to be an option of a value. And I guess we can borrow the value at this point, because we're just going to inspect it. So self.registers.output as ref. Is this it? Yeah. Hello, Don. How you doing? How you doing, diddly doing, mate? So we should be able to unwrap this. And we're just going to call cloned on this. Ah, bollocks. Okay, so value does not have any comparisons either, right? So let's just do a partial equal here. And we should be good. Knee deep in camera sensors? Well, yeah, knee deep in cameras is better than cameras deep in the knee, right? I did, right? So I looked at it, but I was like passing out when that was happening. And I looked at it again. The only part I need to look at is the last slide that you have. So the first one, the browser source thing, that's easy. Start streaming, that's easy. Invite your guest. Okay, so that seems like it should be fine then. Let me just have a look at the last screenshot. So you just added a browser source for that. Wait, what horrible version of OBS are you running? Why do you have like Twitch stats in your OBS? That's crazy. Yeah, I think it should be. Yeah, like the only thing I have to do is add the browser source, right? Oh, but that's gonna that seemed to have a lot more stuff going on. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, but in this you don't need a browser. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. No, this looks pretty straightforward. So we just set up a stream together and then add a browser source. It should be fine. I need to increase my program budget. There we go, right? So we literally now run 3 different kinds of programs, sort of, right? But we haven't done anything more exciting with them, right? Yeah, so the only thing is just looking at the browser source, but I'm sure that can be easily figured out as well. I can probably just pop mine out. I wonder if I can do that. Can I just pop one of these Windows projector? I can. So I could just place you anywhere on the screen then. I probably should have a different setup then, right? So we could just divide the screen in half or something, right? Okay. Now, what are we gonna do with this thing? Now that we have this, we can actually, well, we could make this game now. But oh yeah, I was gonna try to print something, just see if we could load a string and then call like debug on that. Let's load a value string. I think we have a print instruction. Oh, redefine. Not yet implemented. Okay, so then we are good to go. A no-op's just gonna burn a cycle though, which is, you know, unfortunate or not, right? Who cares? It's not gonna do anything. So here we're just gonna match on self.register.output. We do nothing here. And then if we get a value, I guess we can say value is equal to this, else we're just going to return. Like that, right? No, there is no reason to do a no-op, but we can substitute unknown and corrupt programs with no-ops, for instance. So if you try to load an instruction that doesn't exist or whatever, it just turns into a no-op, right? There is no reason to, right? It's short for virtual machine. And we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do this, like so. Oh no, they're gonna be different types. It's gonna complain, isn't it? Sometimes, Vame, you are being fickle. Okay, so we should now be able to print. We won't see anything. Well, we will see it, but I can't keep any day, man. Because we haven't loaded that into the output. There we go. Yeah, so now we can print. There it is. The maximum number, the maximum size string we can have is small. Like the maximum is 256, but we can fix that. We don't have to do that. We can make longer strings, right? Let's go to the value malarkey. So let's just write the length as bytes instead. So we're gonna write length to native Indian bytes. There we go. So now we just have to do this when we read the value in, that we read all those bytes and not just, you know, not those bytes. Okay, do we actually have this being read anywhere? I'm converting my instructions into bytecode that can then be stored on disk if we want to, right? Most likely, we're gonna want to do something with the program where maybe we name the files or whatever we do, right? I don't know. Freak do I know, man. I just Rebel had an idea and I just took it and made it my own. I just took it and ran with it. I'm just making shit up here. It's all good. I just wonder where the value, the string is being used now. None of that. None of this has any loading of strings. Crabs. All right, so we yeah, that's right. We don't have a way to convert the bytes into. We don't have a way to convert the bytes into instructions yet, right? We have to do that at some point, but that seems like a trivial but pedestrian task to do, right? Let's look at this thing instead, right? Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right, let's say that let's simplify this thing and let's just start with this. Okay, this will be our game world for now. Okay. So we're gonna have some input here. And I don't even know how we're gonna specify what that input is. And then whatever the output of this guy is has to match the input of this guy. So this will have some output. And this will have some input. And they kind of have to match. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. I've already done game build today. I knew it, but not until it was too late. There we go. The layers, three-dimensional grids, right? But I have no idea if this game could be fun or not. I have no idea if this is something that could be fun. So if I don't even know how we're going to associate a program with the first cell. And for hexagonal grids, we don't even have a two-dimensional grid now. Now we're talking about a one-dimensional grid, which I guess is really just a column though, right? Or a row. Okay, so here's the crux of the situation, right? Since you can load any value you want to into the output, and that kind of makes this meaningless, right? So if this cell expects an output of float 3.14, you could just load that value in there and be done with it. Do you know TAs? Someone said T is 100 earlier, and I assumed they're talking about the soldering iron, but yeah. How you doing, Sam, sir? Okay, so how do we prevent people from cheating then? You fluffed it. I still don't know what that is. Don't worry about it. How do we prevent people from cheating? Right? There has to be. I mean, like, we could literally force the value to be used or applied in anything, but maybe not, right? If you want the answer 13, the number 13 is not allowed. Although that's only maybe we should only have numerical inputs, but then what's the point of all? Then we're just making a really shit calculator. We're making a game now? Nah, we're just playing around with the concept. Well, they don't, Samsire, because if the expected input is 5, then all you have to do is write 5 to the output, right? So if we look at the virtual machine here, all right, this virtual machine has registers, and inside the registers, we have an output register, right? So right now we have a left-hand side and a right-hand side. These are basically just registers for performing operations, right? So you can call add this register and this register, right? But whatever is in the output when your program is done, that's going to become the input of the next program. But we don't have any means of, like, you could just load anything into the output that you want, right? Hello, Wire. No, we built the virtual machine already. So we can add and print. We haven't added any extensive instructions to this thing, right? But this is just exploring a concept, right? And how you doing? So the idea was, I mean, maybe this idea is just really shit, and we just chuck it out, right? And be done with it. But let's just look at this thing for a second, right? So we get some kind of input, and the way you advance to the next cell is to specify the same type here. I guess what we could do... Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe we could have an expected result here. And then here we have varying budgets. But then, again, that's just going to be equally shit. That doesn't solve anything. You could just put zeros all the way here and then load the final value in there. So that doesn't work either. The problem is that you can just load whatever you want into the output. So now the question is, do we change the concept of the game, which it isn't? Do we change the concept, or do we change... Maybe we don't allow people to write into the output. Have all the inputs already on the board? Well, that is kind of how it starts, right? You are starting off with a given input into the first cell where your program will run. Each cell will have its own program, and the input to that cell will be the output of the previous program. So we will take what is the output here and then load that as our input. I mean, technically, we could have an input register as well. Don't have value literals at all. What would that be like? Right, so we are not going to allow to write values into the input. Although the virtual machine is allowed to. I'm not sure now. But it's good that they have rigorous permission though, Privan. So now we have the input. No. Now we have the input there. Too good to use Arch. If we don't allow the end user to write to the input or the output, maybe that's how we do it. But then I don't want this to be a game of just math, right? That's kind of boring. I mean, who woke up this morning and said, I want to do math today with something that can only add? Obviously, adding more instructions is trivial. That's not an issue. Is this a real thing, RJ? Sus. How you doing, D3? Are you feeling sus? Now, I think conceptually this game ID sucks. I don't know if I'm gonna do this. But I'm not gonna give up on it just a second. But let me think on it a little bit more. But I'm leaning towards nah. Add in timing and signal processing. We could add in some RNG. Welcome back, Scott. We could add in some RNG, maybe. Do I recommend a networking library for fast-paced games as opposed to... I mean, you could roll your own, or you can use an existing one. I don't have one to if that's what you're asking. I don't have one to recommend now. If I was to do networking and game dev, I would read an article by Gaffer on Games that describes this. They put something in there that you need to give permission to screenshot app once a month or something like that, not every week. Okay. That's odd. Why would that help? If your computer is compromised, then it's compromised. You know what? I don't even gonna unpack that. Consider a puzzle where you have so many pieces, some can be duplicated. You use them up to get you across the grid using some by gaining others. Okay, so you're saying an actual limited instruction set. So you kind of have a challenge with an input, and then you have a limited number of instructions. Is that what you're saying? Oh, totes, man. But I'm pretty sure, like, what are you basing this on? Like TCP or UDP? If you're gonna do like network physics and stuff, then you probably want UDP, right? I have no idea what eNet library is, though, so I can't say anything about that. So is that kind of what you're hinting at, Dozzy? Very good, RJ. Got your room. So it still allows multiple solutions, but you have to be careful what pieces you use as you might need them later. Oh, so you had like a bag of instructions that you can choose from. Yeah. Could this become like one of those card games where you have instructions, right? Think Scrabble, and like you're choosing routes, and like you can get instructions. Um, you can get instructions, and I don't know what's a CCG. Oh, okay. Is that like okay card game? Yeah. Okay. Do you guys know any card games? There's like okay, Slay the Spire, right? Collectible cards. So this would be one of them, right? So there is like so you have a scene where you choose a card, and I think you have a route as well. I don't really know much about this game though. I don't want to make this game. That's not at all what I'm saying. But I know that some of these have like a route that you take, like an overworld route where you choose whether you're gonna, fight a bigger monster and maybe get a treasure, or fight smaller monsters and whatever, right? Magic the Gathering. You're never gonna get no subs if you don't stream, right? Exactly. Right. Okay. So, oh man, we we have a we have a we have a foundation for a virtual machine that can load and execute a program. We have access to the input and output. We could make this into a game, and we could build the interface for this thing in Anathema. So this could be a thing. So I do wonder. I don't know how far you can get, Briscoe. I don't know how far you can get in game development. If you, I'm not saying that you should implement the algorithm from scratch, right? But I'm saying if you're new to Rust programming, making a game might get you to a point where it's overwhelming and you get frustrated and quit. Like I'm specifically talking about a game where the network stack is has to be fast, which would imply things like network-based physics rendering and what have you, or physics resolution. I don't know. It's something to think about, right? I suggest making a Morpega for your first Rust project. Some hot text in there, right? Make it a text game. Yeah, I mean we can totally do that, Scott. We're not gonna build a GUI on top of this. That's for sure. I'm just wondering if I reach the point where like, okay, I'm done with this now. I don't have any idea where to take this further. All right, I don't know what we're gonna do with this at this point. No, I don't really want to make a game. I don't have time to make a game, Rebel. I thought your idea gave birth to something that isn't entirely alien to me, something that I have thought about to some degree. Again, when I started streaming, one of the ideas that we had was this programmable gun. We even wrote a programming language for it. And I built the UI in Godot, so we had like boxes that we could associate programs with and do some things. So it's not like an entirely foreign concept, but I don't see myself investing a lot of time into making this into an actual game. It's more of a fun idea, Rebel. The Godot engine has its own network code in it, though, Briscoe. So you might just use that to start with, then. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, Rebel, yeah, we rushed into it, but it was more an exploration. And I think I've reached the point where I don't know what else to do with this code, so I think we're probably not gonna take this any further. We should probably do something else then. Well, it depends. So to be fair though, D3, it depends a lot on what you need from your network library. If you just need to broadcast client state and nothing else, then you can, of course, build, and people have built games with standard networking libraries. But if you need specifically, if your entire game is hinging on the network stack and that has to be fast, then yeah, you should probably craft that yourself, or at least try to, so you get an idea of what it looks like. But if you just need some networking capability, Bruskov, then just use what's built into Godot and go with that, right? It's not engine calls. What is slow is there's two things to be said here, though, Brusco, right? Saying that it's slow implies that you've actually observed it being slow. And yes, you are interacting with the script API when you're doing your Rust code, which means that you are subject to the latency or whatever based on the script API. But you can optimize a lot of the other stuff using Rust. I never liked GNOME, but I remember GNOME from its early days when it was first announced, and it was just this big pile of macros, right? Pest was later on announced, and I thought Pest was pretty more, like, a lot more convenient to use, but you know. No, you have the capability of going, so there's a bottleneck with the engine. The question is if you're reaching that bottleneck or not, right? If you're reaching that bottleneck, then writing your net code might be more advantageous. But I don't know if you're gonna get any actual performance at this point. I can't answer that, of course, right? It's hard to have specific behavior. Shit, I did it. I bloody well did it again. I've been streaming and completely forgot about time. I forgot to eat food. Now I'm hungry and completely in the head from that. All right. I need to go and eat some food. All right. I need to go and put some food on. I actually don't have any food to eat. I need to cook food. Oh, that sucks. Netcode usually isn't your problem. So I don't know what. And I don't know what the requirements is. It's kind of, the point's kind of moot. Having the conversation without knowing the requirements or what's been tried and what the bottlenecks are. We might be sitting here arguing what kind of car we should drive on Mars when we build roads there, right? It's like, there's a lot of things missing between that and now, right? So, I don't know. Afternoon coffee and biscuit time. All right, eat a biscuit for me as well, man. I haven't had snacks in so long. Is there a good way of observing how your program is bottlenecking? Like, in general, you can, using things like flame graphs, right? If you run a flame graph, you can see where your program spends a lot of time. You can also use things like profiling to see if we talk it in terms of like a game or a UI, you can see how much time you spend in certain functions in one frame. So there are things you can see, but the moment you add networking into it, you're basically IO bound. And when you're IO bound, Yeah, I mean, it depends on what's happening, of course, right? You buy an SUV to drive your kid to school, Mod Prog, and then you park it in Hampstead and take up all the space. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we have input output, we have left hand side, right hand side. I think I'm gonna park this ID until we have like a better concept for this, if we even resuscitate this. This was a fun exercise in writing a virtual machine with some bullshit instructions in a short period of time. We can come back to this maybe. Probably, I would probably rewrite this thing, right? I don't know if this would make for a fun video series, though. Nah, I'm more thinking the game engine, like the rudimentary 2D game engine would be a more fun video series than this. You can set a reminder on your computer, but that would only work if you're in front of your computer and programs that exist. This is true, Scott. I remember doing that kind of logging at some point when we were trying to fault find some service. We load a lot of events. It was a boring thing to do. Yeah, I need to go and eat. Okay, so who should we like pass the stream on to? I'm not functioning anymore. We can pass it on to Space. All right, let's do a raid and run here. I'm gonna go and eat. I'm gonna try to work on the video. I'm gonna try to work on the video instead of doing a second stream today. I promise you guys, I'm streaming every day, unless some external force is making me not, right? But all right. Anyway, for now, enjoy Space. I'll see you guys.